And oh, that's right. I need a full screen. That should fix it. Hopefully. Probably not. Ah. Oh. Oh no.
Those sounds don't sound promising.
uh when I changed the stream to 720p, I forgot to resize the camera, so we'll do that real quick. Let's see here.
Gotcha.
But yeah. Welcome in, folks.
Howdy, hey.
Bon is busy making puns. Love the abrupt pop in. Yeah, I know. I'm so professional. Look, man.
we can't all be like subtle jumping in, you know.
We
It's
can't
just
be. Yeah, you know me. I like my cold opens. There you
cold
go.
opens good.
That's another one, Bon. You like that one?
There
Making fucking ice skating. There's the F word. I'm making an ice skating joke.
you
What?
go, right out of the gate too. Like we didn't even get it.
Oh, there we
we
go.
we actually might need to honk that out when it gets uploaded to YouTube so we don't get demonetized.
We have
Because they'll be like
to.
first words out of their mouth. F bomb. Sick.
Oh, I'm good at this. Well, luckily I
You're
had the
good.
stream going like about 5-10 minutes. I don't think they usually care in the first five
Okay, yeah,
ten
it's not a
minutes or
big
so.
deal. Yeah, it's after
I
5 to 10
will
minutes.
bleep that out though. I think I'll have to. Sadly, we'll
If it
see.
makes you feel better, I had my own weird panic moment a second ago. I was going to the bathroom, and what of all things happens? But I go to button up my pants, and my button shoots off of my pants like a rocket. And then it does that stupid thing that happens when you're watching basketball and the ball bounces on the rim like 8 times before it decides not to fall in. Thank God it didn't fall in.
Oh.
But man, I was worried for a second.
Sounds like you're having a great time.
Oh man, yeah, it's a gas.
Should probably put something on the so you guys can look at something. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's not sized correctly either. All right, this is a great stream. Let's see.
This is, folks, us literally behind the scenesing with you all right now. So pardon.
Hell yeah!
This is
I
how we're
hope
gonna be.
you're enjoying this, folks, because I'm not. Let's not 1 second. I feel incredibly unprofessional right now, but that's okay. It's Wednesday, damn it, and it's the holidays, so I have an
Exactly.
excuse to be a lousy host.
A great host.
The last
We're just
Omnitech is now hosting my stream with 1 viewer.
hey, look at that.
Who's this? Who's the last Omnitech?
Who's this guy? Who's that clown?
Who's this guy in my stream? All right, so Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Sorry about that. So we got all the technical difficulties done. I'm gonna put on the music, of course.
It's like my food is about to arrive, just so you know, so I'm gonna pop out in like a second.
Oh, you're good, man. I'll just do a little intro here. So
Yeah.
folks, welcome into Chip Off the Block. My excuse is we're getting nearing the holidays. We are in the middle of the holidays. We are in the void between Christmas and New Year's. So that'll be my excuse for having technical difficulties. That, and I just didn't think to do fixes in advance. So, welcome in. So, for those of you that don't know, Chip Off the Block is the show where we usually go over. That music's really loud. Where we go over the. Excuse me. We go over the previous session's work. So last Thursday we would be going over words that we didn't quite get to. We'd be taking prompts and stuff like that. We're gonna be doing something a little bit different this week, and because it's a special occasion because we're doing the hashtag CaltripCore game jam. Omni and I were talking about making a game for this anyway, so we're just like, screw it, let's just get out a quick one. Please don't say that's what she said. We decided. So this is the first iteration of our game. We're using D4s obviously because that is the nature of CaltripCore. For those of you that don't know, so we're using a D4 dice pool system, and yeah, we just tried to make it as simple as possible. Omni had to keep like bringing me down to earth because I kept trying to overcomplicate it, and yeah, that's me. I try to make everything significantly more complicated than it needs to be. That small window looked like a map pamphlet. Yeah. Oh man. So this is all the stuff that we have written. That's probably not going to pick up very well on stream, so I'll zoom in a little bit maybe. Can I get away with that if I zoom in? Are you folks able to read that okay? If I'll make it a little bit bigger and crop it obviously so you can actually read it. Why is this not working? Okay, there we go. Like at this size, can you folks read this? So what? Yeah. Yeah, Omni's been busy pitching me ideas. I've been busy writing a lot of stuff down, so. So, uh, we wanted to keep it to 5 pages, but it has not worked out that way. So, yeah, we have a little bit more of a complicated game than we first imagined it to be. A lot of stuff from last night, Omni and I were talking, and the night before. I was busy, and I wasn't able to write down stuff that he sent to me. So, I'll be sort of going over what he sent to me and putting it down. Yeah, to play a game like AS, one does not need extensive knowledge of role-playing or tabletop games. Truly, truly. You do not really... you don't really need to know how to play D&D. You don't need to know how to play... hell, you don't need to really know how to play anything. All you need to do is just understand that rolling dice it can equal a success. So that is the simplicity of the system. But, yeah, we've got a lot written. 6 pages. Omni's like, let's keep it to 5. That didn't happen. It has most certainly not happened. Not with us.
What did they do? I'm sorry, I just literally got my order for dinner.
Oh, you're kidding.
I told them, and they literally only gave me fish. They didn't even bring the chips. I got fish, and I just got fish and fish. Fuck! There's my second one for the day. There you go, censors. And that one was earned to the tune of $35. What the hell? I'm so angry.
You're not British enough to get chips?
I am normally British enough to get. This is weird. Son of a gun.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I need to see what the flying hell happened with my life. You know what? I'm going to take a look. I'll be right back. I have a sneaking suspicion. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. That's twice I've had to walk away from this dinner. So sorry. Unprofessional
me. We're having a great Wednesday, folks. Oh, man, I'm dying. Alright. So, while he's getting, chipped on his fish. Chip off the old block. It's the name of the show, right?
this is thoroughly unfucking sufficient. There's no excuse, actually. I was thinking, like, oh, it's just in the other part. It's just in the other box. No.
No chips at all.
I don't know what they did. They just were like, fuck it, give him fish, and that was it. Like, I normally love this restaurant. What the shit?
They're out of potatoes.
Anyway, done ranting.
So the basics of this game is we're starting with I can kind of run you through our thought process real quick instead of reading all these things to you. So this is what a character sheet typically looks like. You're gonna have basically Wednesday proper. It is a Wednesday proper. It wouldn't be writer's block or anything that Red makes if there wasn't like a gargantuan problem with it. So this table here is representative of your statistics, attributes, whatever you want to call them. We call them stats in this. So we have 4 attributes. We have body, mind, and will, which those sort of work like rock, paper, scissors. So body beats mind beats will beats body. And then we have the class skill, which is a completely separate skill, independent of those 3 others. Excuse me, I should not have drank Coca-Cola before the stream. That's not a sponsorship offer, by the way. I don't really like Coke that much. So I just drank it because I got it around. So most characters get 4 points to spend. So I sort of, with character creation, instead of just doing a list of rules and things to do, I'm sort of walking you through it through the perspective of a shaman character, and her name is Uda. and I've just sort of been walking you through like what her story is, how you can take simple elements of a story, make them go deeper, sort of tie yourself to the plot that the GM is making for you. And honestly, to be quite frank, you might not even need a GM to run this game, but I recommend having a GM to run this game, especially considering that if you have a GM from our little circle, they're going to know significantly more about the world than maybe you or other players would. I don't know. But so oh yes, there is another stat that I did not put on that character sheet. So for Uda, we picked Null. We don't want her to be like physically strong. We want her to be a sound mind and will. So we put 2 points. We put 1 into mind and 1 into will, and all of your stats start at 1 point. So, dear God, excuse me.
You're good, man.
And then, obviously, you can spend points in your class skill, which for a null would be dust, the usage of dust. So for Uda, I went ahead and said that she has 1 point or 2 points in mind, 2 points in will, 3 points in dust, and then we have an additional attribute that is not to have points spent in it. It's called luck. What luck is? You spend those to reroll dice, and Omni, I'm not sure if we want to reroll individual dice, like in like we want to pick up a single die and reroll it, or do we want to do like an entire reroll, like how Warhammer does it? Just a single die.
So I'm approaching this a lot from the fact that I've spent, out of the past 15 years I've been working on Legacy, I've also been at the same time a tabletop wargamer. So anyone who's ever played Warhammer 40k or Warhammer Fantasy, Age of Sigmar, War Machine. Oh God, it'll actually save me time to just list the things I haven't had a chance to play, which is basically just Infinity at this point.
Yeah.
So I've played pretty much everything. And one of the things that you will learn in almost basically every game system ever made is that rerolls, any system, any mechanic, or any faction that has access to rerolls is immediately powerful, just as a base default thing. So rerolling, especially in the scale that we're playing here, should be minimized. While this isn't a war game, we don't need to worry about balancing it quite like a war game. Balancing it a little more like a skirmish game, especially from the perspective that we're trying to make this a challenging, high-risk affair for players. Not impossible, but definitely not an easy power fantasy style game. I think making them strategically choose which of their dice to reroll would be a good thing. So if they roll 2 1s and they're at risk of malfunction on their roll for training, they can grab one of the dice that would have caused a malfunction and re-roll it, and hopefully not get a 1 again, and maybe get something good, or re-roll the lowest dice and hope for a higher result. Because I think 1 die is all that we really need to worry about for a re-roll. It's the same reason why for the dust I had it specifically where they can just take 1 die out of the pool. I debated giving them more, and then I thought, pulling 1 die out of a pool of only 4 dice, where all the dice are D4s, is really powerful. So I think it's just an economy of scale kind of thing,
Yeah, and with luck, the idea I have for it is it sort of operates like Call of Cthulhu's luck, but on a more dumbed down scale. Not dumbed down, but more of a lay scale. So there's no maximum to luck, but there's also no minimum to it. You can just spend it, and let's say you start with 3 luck points. If you don't spend any of them and you get a rest in, you go up to 4 luck points. If you do that again and you don't spend any of them, you go up to 5 luck points, and then it caps. Because we cap at 5 on this system that we've built. So luck is derivative of your highest stat. So the amount of points that you have in it off the bat are automatically equal to your highest stat. So if you had 4 points in body, you'd have 4 points in luck. If you had 5 points in mind, you'd have 5 points in luck. It's as simple as that. Be the lucky penny. Yes, you can be the lucky penny. I think that should be... so we have soldier, which is like a damage dealer and sort of like they're kind of a tank. I'd say they're kind of the tank of the three.
Yeah.
So we'll
I
probably give
feel
them some more defensive type abilities. But we have a tethered, which is our like our glass cannon, like main damage dealer. But then we have the null in the middle. I think the null should be able to use their luck to influence other people's rolls because I feel like that would be something that would make them set them apart from the other two instead of just letting everybody be able to do that with luck.
right. I think that'd be a cool idea. I mean, like, so I feel like the idea of luck just being a collective party pool with a limited amount of use is a good idea.
Yeah.
Like in the same way that we're sort of figuring initiative is kind of just a as the party determines it kind of thing.
Mm.
I think having just all the luck in one pool and the players choosing how to delegate it as a group would be a good idea. Just as like a baseline. And also to represent that they will all collectively run out of luck at the same time. So there is a risk there.
That's true.
Um,
That seems like a
so
lot of luck though up front because like on average you're gonna have like if you have a 3-person group, which is sort of like what we're encouraging people to build because this is technically a 4-player game. You have a 1 GM and 3 players. That's nice little rounded game. Like a little bit like Arch Enemy from Magic the Gathering. I feel like more often than not you're gonna be starting with like 9 or 10 luck, and that's a lot. So I feel like weirdly enough, I feel like divvying it up between the characters is actually a good way to sort of power them down a little bit because we don't want to power trip fantasy. We sort of do with the tethered and stuff like that. But
right, but even then we want it to be risky.
yeah, so I think keeping luck individual would make it risky, would make it tougher, you know, that sort of thing.
I think that's a smart idea then.
Hmm.
If we're going to do that as an individual pool, and I see that idea. I think it's smart for us to do that. It's also like it's important for us to mention that like this game again is not, at least in this iteration, it isn't a grid combat system. So like you're not going to be dealing with like, oh, melee combat versus range combat. There is no distinction. Characters fighting. How you skin it is kind of up to you because this is all a theater of the mind combat system. So in a way, a lot of the old tropes of D&D style character archetypes don't necessarily need to apply. Like the reason a fighter has a huge pool of health is because when you have a two-dimensional grid and there's a front line and a back line that's one's close to the enemy, one's not, you want the guys who are in grips with the enemy to have more health because they will be taking more damage more often. The guys in the back don't care. That's why the wizard gets killed by like at level 1 by a lucky dagger. And the level 1 fighter could probably eat 4 to 5 daggers or arrows Boromir style before they die. Because it's an action economy, but also a damage economy thing. And so, but in this system, anyone can technically attack anybody at any point. So like, really the more relevant thing is the utility they present to the party. I do agree that the tethered is definitely feels like a glass cannon. Like, even if you just look at their malfunction rules, where when they cast magic, like any special ability, any of the class abilities, they don't really do that rock, paper, scissors thing as we mentioned earlier. They kind of just stand alone as just more powerful options, but they have a chance of going wrong. And so the mage, their thing is when it goes wrong, they're more likely to die. Because magic is really unforgiving when it goes awry, in case the apocalypsed world wasn't a clue enough. So, like, they're obviously the glass cannon. I feel like the fighter and the null, though, like, the fighter's job is less to be strictly damage dealing or damage soaking, so much as their job is to play interference between the other two, where the null seems to be more of a support style character with their ability, or like potentially like I feel like the null in a weird kind of way operates in a manner that their dice control is what they are, like straight up their dice control.
Yeah.
So the soldier doesn't care what the wizard, what the tethered or the nulls are doing. He or she or they will operate at 100% butt kicking capacity at all times with their native ability to just naturally reroll one of their dice. and they're not particularly prone to miscast or like malfunction, which is great for them. Whereas the null makes the other two better at their job, and the mage performs acts the other two literally cannot do by being the only character in the entire game that can roll a 5 on a d4.
Yeah.
Which is hilariously, like, I just love that idea of, yeah, they're so powerful they broke a d4. Like,
yeah, we don't even. Yeah, we're breaking the system just to let them be even more powerful. So, I think what we're mostly going to be doing this session is just giving our classes abilities, honestly, because we're pretty much done. Other than that, like just a little bit of like cleaning things up and making them look nice, but beyond that, I think we're good.
yeah, honestly, we probably don't even need to give them too many in the way of abilities. Like, you can just keep it simple.
Give them like 3 apiece, just very simple abilities, you know, nothing.
I could even say 2, like as it is, because their class skill already contains an advantage and a disadvantage.
True.
So they're already rocking some special rules attached to their name, and we don't need to worry again about like diversifying them too much. Like, I like the idea of literally, they're people. Everyone on this plane is people. Just the fact that some of them are a magical lightning rod that can call down the wrath of God, and some can suck 30 years out of your life, and the other guy's a dude with a sword, but man, he be good with that sword. I love that motif. The idea that, like, they're all people. So,
yeah,
we don't need to differentiate them too much. But I do agree with giving them some, like, class abilities.
So, well, yeah, because like the idea is like you could definitely be a spell sword if you wanted to. Like you could be a tether that uses a gun. I don't know why you would be, but you could like take less points in magic, put more into body, so you could emphasize the fact that this person's sort of like a spell sword rather than a full-fledged like wizard. You know, when it comes to being a tethered. Honestly, an untethered might be better represented that way too. Just like having less in their magic stat and more in their other stats. So, but I'd say a more institutionalized tethered probably would have like 4 or 5 in their magic stat, and they'd be really weak everywhere else. So,
I think that's pretty fair. And it's also important to mention too, because there is no frontline, backline, you don't have to worry quite as much. Equipment is very abstract at this point. It's sort of equated by the sum total of your abilities and how you've rolled and how you've put out your stats. You can totally skin your abilities however you want. So you can have 3 statistically identical tethered who all have entirely different powers and skin their abilities differently. One uses magic to kill someone, they turn them to glass. Another one walks up, grabs their head, and literally ages them 3,000 years wherever their hand touched. Another one sets them on fire. Another one just places them into the upper stratosphere. But
like
it's
that,
all the same roll.
Like that Morrowind random encounter where you see the guy fly up into the sky.
Yeah. What was that? The boots of like unending or like overpowering flight or something like that.
Yeah, it just jumps into the air and then falls back down.
I love that it was literally in there just for speedrunners. Like that's what it is basically.
There's
a speedrunner cheat.
It's perfect though. That game is a mess, but I love it.
Oh god, ain't that most Bethesda games?
The bugs enhance the experience.
They're a feature, not a bug.
So
running horses.
What we have right now for Dust is we already sort of I think the best thing to do with the character's stat would be like well, we sort of explained what Dust does in Null, like blah 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 utility. This evident uses can be so like while this makes its utility in containing or removing magical power obvious, other less evident uses can be found in restoring ancient machines to functionality or siphoning life from the living. You could, you know, the idea is we give examples of what you can do with this skill, or skill. It's technically a stat. We should probably put it down as class stat.
Yeah, it's an attribute, yeah, technically.
Yeah. So, if you want to, like, underneath that, put in like a little examples, things of like what you can do with Dust, that would sort of give people ideas. And obviously, a lot of this stuff is what we want to emphasize here is it's kind of at GM or player's discretion. Like, we don't want to have something so open that you can just do whatever the hell you want with it and ignore the rules, because there's a problem with that. That's what 5e is. So we don't want to really do that. We want to have a soft rules system, not for the intent that we had when we made this is we don't want rules to sort of step on your role play. We want you to be able to do the role play and look as little as possible at your character sheet. You know, let you think rather than look at a bunch of numbers, right? So I think, especially the PIP system, or what's it called, the token system? Is that what people are? It's a dice pool system. I feel like that, instead of looking at a bunch of numbers, is significantly less confusing. It's a lot more friendly. I feel like games like this, I don't mean to toot my own horn, or our own horn, but I feel like games like this are the perfect way to get people into TTRPGs. Show them that the rules are like this much of the experience, right?
Right.
I had a bunch of people.
I think that is important.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people on Twitter talking about, well, if you don't play the game as rules as written, how are you having fun? Gary Gygax himself, with all his flaws included, he even said that you don't really even need dice to have fun. Like, it's literally just about having fun. And if your fun is coming up with your own rules and doing your own thing, or just not even using rules altogether and just doing improvisational roleplay with a story background to it, that's what this is. We just want you to have fun with it. We don't want you to worry about min-maxing or anything like that. And the way that we set up things with this system, which, like I said, this is our first iteration on things, because we're probably going to be making an even bigger and larger game when we don't have a week restriction to making it.
Between New Year's and Christmas, by the way.
Yeah.
Like the single two busiest times of year, just about short of Thanksgiving.
I'll give Titanomachy one thing. They definitely threw a challenge.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
I mean, to be fair, like, we are in the void between the holidays, so there's like nothing really to do between then, except for like digest the gallons of eggnog that I consumed. I will speak for myself on that behalf. I'm probably gonna make an eggnog during the break.
That's fair. I actually love eggnog. It's just can't find very much of it around here very easily.
No, dude, I could teach you this really nice recipe for it's a Baltimore style nog. It is so good. It's a single serving too. Yeah.
Ooh, that does sound nice. Yeah, you send that my way.
I will send that your way. It's super simple too. Yeah, anyway, we're talking about mixed drinks instead of talking about the game.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think it's important for us to emphasize this is a Caltrop core game. They are all about abstraction.
Yeah.
You're literally taking a tabletop role-playing game and reducing it to what is usually considered the die no one wants. Like, most people don't want D4s in stats, or D4s as their results. With rare exception, Magic Missile being one of them.
Right, yeah, we like seeing. Yeah, we like Magic Missile.
Yeah, but like, as the bulk understanding, the D4 is a little weedy one no one's really super into. And hilariously, this system makes that the sole core of the game. And I really love that. I love the idea that you only need one die type to play an entire game. And I think that's great. And I love leaning into that. I agree with you. I think that the whole idea of this was that we wanted this to be a very rules-light system. New players can get involved. Older players can feel freed from having to learn a new system, because how many of us do that? We're like, let's play a new game. Cool. What do we want to play? Oh, I want to play Call of Cthulhu, or I want to play Cyberpunk, or yeah, or like God forbid, World of Darkness. And you're like, okay, guys, let's get our characters together. And you're like, wow, I'm gonna need to take a small online class to really get the intricacies of this system now. And with this, it's like, nah, man, you got 8 pages. That's it. It's the whole game.
And most of it's just gonna be like, you know, like we could probably boring art. Cool art.
Lore and art, not lore.
I thought you said boring art. I'm like,
no, your art's awesome, and I'm not gonna slander myself like that.
Thank you.
I'm already having enough trouble selling stuff. I don't need that.
Would you people buy merch with that goofy ass smile that I have on my Twitter logo? I think it looks
I
cool.
mean, it's a pretty good smile.
It makes
just
for a good
saying.
mask.
It really does. The mask looks great.
Oh, anyway, sorry about like soapboxing my
Oh,
my
how
brand.
dare you promo the stuff on your own stream, on your own platform for the people who are here for you. Man,
Folks.
they must be so gassed about that. You're good.
This piece of shit.
How dare he try to live? Jesus.
Oh.
Why can't he starve like a good artist?
That being said, folks, if you like the show, if you're not following, please do so now. We do stuff Wednesdays, Thursdays, sometimes Thursday at midnight, technically Friday at midnight. 3 shows a week. Probably gonna do more in the near future. I got plans and stuff like that for that. I want to do full-time streaming. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. So if that interests you, please consider following. And in the very near future, I'm going to be an affiliate, which hopefully tomorrow evening. I got Derek on board for that, by the way, so he's going to be joining us for Halo when we do an AMA. So,
nice.
Folks, if you like the content, I know that we've been sort of rambling tonight, but it's whatever. It's a holiday, you know. We're in a holiday season, and we're just kind of putting stuff together with the game. Just kind of, we've got our broad strokes, we've got everything laid down. We're just sort of like finding it down to a point. So, like I said, if you guys like the content, please consider following and turning on that notification so you can see when we go live. Again, thank you all for coming. We're not done, by the way. I'm just thanking you because I appreciate you guys' viewership very much. Even if you are just lurking, lurkers are loved. I really just appreciate you just even having the tab open. It means a lot to me. It really does. This is a dream of mine, you know. But
we are happy you all are here in whatever capacity you choose to be. Though we do also love how cheesy and goofy you guys can get in chat too.
You guys could say some really stupid and funny shit in the chat, and I love it. I love how much chat interaction that we have on these shows. Like, that's something that's just so unique, you know? I don't feel like a lot of streamers get that. But
no, it's tough. It's really tough, especially starting out. I will say right now I have at least one of the pieces of art open that I'm hoping to get done soon for the tethered. So I'm hoping that I can get this a little further down. I'm hoping to get it done tonight and maybe get 1 or 2 more done. So all I have to work on is the null. And visually, I wanted your thought on this. So we've been talking about the dust, understanding that in order for a null to get their powers, they need dust, like any dust bunny would. They're just an up ante dust bunny.
yeah.
What if they, you know, a motif I like is the idea that they have pipes of some kind. Not like a literal pipe, but like pipes, either like running into their nose or like something they can pull down into their mouth and like suck the dust out of their backpack or something.
I like that, and there's there's a bunch of different ways we can do that. One of the you know what I was doing with the soldiers. I'll put that art up on stream here in a little bit. What I was doing with them was I wanted to just show like how different, like vastly different things can be. So you can have a guy like Psycho Manus that literally just has dust like going, like being fed to him nonstop. But you could also just have somebody that has, I don't know, a dust cannon, like, you know, just have a backpack thing, and they have like, I don't know, it leads to little tubes on their fingers where they emit dust and like they can channel it or whatever, you know. But it's like Spidey sense or like Spider-Man type stuff. They press a switch and they shoot out dust.
The dust dispenser on their wrist.
Erecting a dispenser.
Yeah.
God, wow. Okay, I just dated myself.
No, you're good. Team Fortress 2 is technically still played, so it's not. You're good.
It has the highest player base it's had in its history right now.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What did I miss? What's going on?
Game's like 18 years old or something like that. Not 18. That's ridiculous. Came out in 2006, 2007. It's old.
Yeah.
It's like 13, 14 dude, now.
Team Fortress 2 was coming out when I was leaving high school.
I think
TF
elementary school or middle school.
I just dated myself super hard. But yeah, no, it was 06, 07.
Jesus.
Because I remember it was the first year of college, and I was like, oh, this game looks sick. I can't wait to
it.
It's sick. I have the orange box up on my shelf. Like, I've always been a
Oh,
Valve
man.
fanboy. I don't like Dota, but I like, Half-Life, Counter-Strike, and all that. But oh, there we go, getting off topic again.
It's Chip Off the Block.
Yeah.
We're allowed to tangent. But yeah,
the name of the show is literally about being tangential. So-
So, but in short, then the idea of having like tubes as like a running motif with them is a good idea. You like that?
I like the tubes. Yeah, I feel like there's other ways to do it too. We could have like sort of a like how Uda is. She's a shaman, so she could literally just have like,
Like incense versions of dust.
yeah. So she could be like burning candles and stuff like that, or she could have be like a fire breather where she just like blows the dust like a fucked up dandelion. You know what I mean?
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that could work. That's awesome.
I also was thinking with oh, I had a really cool thought. Now I'm almost losing it. Oh, so you're gonna like this. So
Oh,
they're a dust musician that uses like a backpack or like a wielded organ to shoot dust at people.
a dust bard. I love that.
A dust bard,
Um,
yeah. They use a bagpipe.
Oh my god, I actually love the idea of that. Just or an accordion. I could totally see that. Some guy with a dust hurdy-gurdy just turning the crank.
I love the hurdy-gurdy. I used it for
I do
all the
too.
music in my
Unabashedly,
campaign.
I actually love the music.
It's good.
It has
Like,
a really good sound to it.
there's a guy
Very
on
warm.
YouTube named Andre something. He's a really good hurdy-gurdy musician. I used his music for like my entire D&D campaign one time. So.
I think I know what you're talking about because I've seen him come across my recommendeds. Because I one time looked up hurdy-gurdy music.
Yeah.
And
His name's Andre something V. I don't remember.
yep, Andre. Yeah, okay. I recognize that. I was
talking
like, oh
about?
yeah, you're struggling to say his name and it starts with a V. Yeah, I got it.
He's a nice old Russian man.
So I'm about to throw myself under there. Have you ever watched the show LARPs on YouTube?
LARPs, no, I have not.
One, if anyone hasn't, including you, I highly recommend giving it a watch. Super fun, really enjoyable. Can't recommend it enough. But in it, one of the characters, one of the players, has to make a new character at one point. And when he does, he goes through like a bunch of characters, burns through all of them. And one of them he makes at one point is a bard with a literal hurdy-gurdy. Like a real life hurdy-gurdy he tries to play. And it is great. It's pure and beautiful. I love it. Also Bond, Dust Kangaroo Pouch. I love
Dust
that. Yes.
kangaroo. Have you seen that meme where the guy puts his nose like really close to the camera? He's like, "That's that didgeridoo that owes me money."
Yeah.
That's all I can
Yes.
think of. I can't
See,
do a good
now in my
Australian
head, I just have
accent.
pocket dust. Like the Dale
Pocket
Gribble
dust.
maneuver with dust.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh,
Round 2 on fish and chips. The fish was great. Let's see if the chips are great with the second order I just made and are just arrived. I'll be back for the third time for one meal.
you're kidding, man.
Ah,
What we do for food. So what you guys see here is this is Omni's sort of rough throwdown of what he thinks Knowles should do. Now, what we were thinking about doing is having them have a bunch of abilities and choose between them, but like we said, this is literally a week to make a full game, so that's probably going to be something that we have to do in a different iteration. I like the ideas of classes having different roles. Soldier being the most versatile. You could have a melee or a ranged role, but we're going to have to not do that for this version because that would just be way too much work. And there's no sort of differentiation between distance and not distance. So,
I return.
welcome back. I was just sort of talking about why we're only doing like a few abilities rather than giving people a bunch to choose from. Mostly just because of the time restraint and the simplicity's sake. But yeah, and the full game, I think we will have a movement system. I don't know if we want it to be hex or we want it to be square.
Yeah.
But I like
definitely
hex.
I think it could be an option, at very least, for folks who are like, hey, do you want to run this with a more tactical edge? we might include rules for that.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing with D&D. It's just like, yeah, there is rules for movement and stuff like that, but in reality, a lot of stuff in 5e doesn't really have much to do with movement. There's a lot in 4e that pretty much requires you to use movement and terrain and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I mean, 4E is basically a war game.
it's a war game with extra steps.
Yeah, it's a war game. Yeah, exactly. It's a war game that they marketed to a role-playing game community, which is fine. A lot of folks love it, and a lot more folks have I'll be generous, a nuanced opinion of the game.
I don't hate it. I just don't like it very much. It doesn't really fit the niche that I like to do with a role-playing game.
I just don't think it's a role-playing game in the strictest sense. I think it's I think it is a tabletop war game or a tabletop board game, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what it feels like is World of Warcraft. Like, you have macros, literal macros. You press a button, it makes you do a thing. Well, that's fine. But when you have a computer that does all the macros for you, that's great. When you're doing it yourself, there's a reason why almost no one I've ever known has played a game of 4th Ed over level 5. Because after that, it becomes insane.
Yeah, and I'd rather just, people are like, oh, 5e has a lot of flaws. Okay, guess what's great about 5e? Guess what's great about any game? You can change the rules to get around the flaws. Or play a different game.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. 5e is a comfort game for me. I enjoy it a lot, but it doesn't really fit a lot of the settings I like to tell stories in. I don't really like to tell high fantasy stories. And if and when I'm in the mood for the high fantasy stories, I'm going to be in fucking Eberron, okay? Let's be quite honest. But, I don't like high fantasy like World of Warcraft, like a lot of JMMORPGs. That's not the kind of fantasy I like. I like down, dirty, gritty fantasy, like Warhammer fantasy, Witcher. Trying to think of another example. I got a bunch and I can't think of any because I'm on the spot right now.
That low fantasy goodness is pretty good.
Trigon's another good example of low fantasy, but like low science tech sort of vibe. I really like that. I think this game's going to be very derivative of Trigon, and one of the guests we're going to be having on the show is named Gung Ho Guns, so we're probably going to be making a lot of Trigon references when he comes on. But I just like low fantasy because I feel like magic and high fantasy is done really poorly very often. Just the idea of just like magic is not sort of a coveted thing. It's not like a very whimsical and amazing thing. It just becomes mundane to the point where like everybody has their hands on it. That's why I don't like it. I feel like magic is an excuse to fix literally all of the problems, and yet somehow in a high fantasy utopian world there's still problems even with magic that can fix all problems. Makes no sense.
I think the root of a good system is where the struggle is put in, and of course the struggle for me is that my cat has arrived at my door to my room, has begun meowing, and very soon will become audible even through the pop filter. Meow.
Angry cat.
That was a little loud, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I like high fantasy, but you need to have high fantasy be an interesting setting where you don't just have magic as a cure-all.
The sweetest, thickest cat I've ever seen in my life.
Harry Potter. Yeah, Harry Potter's a good example of high fantasy, but they sort of like they're contained within themselves. I fucking hate J.K. Rowling, and I know most of us do. So, fuck turfs. But
yeah, no, 100%. We will totally do the third. Like, we'll do the third and fourth F for that one.
I don't care. We're all the way into the stream. Nobody's gonna listen all the way through and be like, they said F words at like 55 minutes in. Like, shut up. But
we're already demonetized. Let's just run with it.
I'm not even monetized on YouTube yet, so I can get away with whatever the hell I want. So, but yeah, no, Harry Potter's a good example of. So I'd say Harry Potter's sort of medium fantasy, medium to high fantasy, probably just somewhere in between. Because regular people get their hands on magic, right? But they still need to learn the stuff. I feel like it's a really good example of like how magic should be treated, because I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm not a big fan of the sorcerer thing. Because I feel like a born prodigy is a really outdated concept. Like your prophecies and stuff like that are a very outdated, like 80s sort of fantasy thing that we sort of need to work away from, because it's just, that's the, I think that's a bad thing to teach kids honestly. It's just like you're born to do one thing, and then you will do that thing, and then you will be remembered for doing that thing, and you will never do anything else.
I mean, it speaks to a lot of like it's a hero fantasy thing. That's the reason the trope has lived on for so long. It's the idea that you are destined for greatness, which is a thing that, if we're being real, most of us probably not. Nothing wrong with that, by the way.
Yeah,
Greatness comes with a lot of negative perks. There's a reason why very few rock stars make it to age 65. Personally, I'd rather not be a rock star and live longer.
you'd rather
Um,
burn out than fade away.
right, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. There has to be people out there in the world, and I think that the bulk of people are spectacular. They just don't see it in themselves. But the idea of like a prophecy saying like you'll do great and glorious things, it speaks to people. It gives them that hope. Like Harry Potter is literally every little kid's dream, and then it's that, but then deconstructed like 5 times. Where it's like, oh yeah, you're the chosen one, Harry. You're a wizard, Harry. No, it's first it's you're a wizard, Harry. Second, you're a wizard hero, Harry. Third, you're a wizard hero chosen one, Harry, and you have to fight fascists now, who will totally kill you and everyone you love, and also all your teachers, and all your friends, and some of your pets, unfortunately. So like, yeah, no, it's pretty nightmarish. Honestly, my biggest issue with Harry Potter as a franchise or as like a setting is just simply I'm just gonna put this out there. Magic isn't readily available to everyone, but to the people that it is available to, there's literally no consequences for using most of it.
Yeah, that's an issue I
So
have with magic, because it's just, that's why magic is so whimsical and surreal to us. Is just there's a reason that we don't think about. It's because in real life, in the real world, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It has to come from something, right? So you can't just like, I have my fist right here. There's no energy. It's static. There's nothing going on right here. Now, if I'm like slowly moving my fist, there's that kinetic energy, and like I'm pushing it forward as a punch. With magic, there's nothing like that. It's just like
yeah,
snap my fingers. Yeah, I guess that's technically a kinetic action, but like point being is they just wave their hand and create something from nothing, which that's why I don't like high fantasy settings, because I just feel like you could blank and create like, I don't know, a golem. You know what I mean? It's just
right.
it doesn't
And I think it's
make
if
sense.
you're careful with it, it can be good. But that's the thing is
Right.
when you have magic that effectively has no limit, then it does become a question of every problem you have in your setting, why is it there?
And why isn't
Why
it solved with magic?
Right, like the question of why do wizards hide from normal people? Well, there's the Salem witch trials. I'm sorry, but if you're actually a Harry Potter style wizard, and a bunch of dudes grab you with pitchforks and rope, and you can literally turn people into birds and bricks and inanimate objects, or fly, or literally leap across space time with a pinch of dust, or I don't know, literally kill people with a 3-syllable sentence. I have a very hard time believing that would ever happen. And so like the question becomes, why don't they rule everything? Well, that's the whole point of the Crimes of Grindelwald thing, right? Like, oh well, no, because it still isn't dealing with the fact that, practically speaking, if they're not ruling everything, but they have the power to rule everything, they're abdicating, which is still ruling. They're just choosing not to have any responsibility. Is it wrong of me that when I did, by the way, watch Crimes of Grindelwald. I don't know why. I was bored. It was on TV. And there were parts of it I liked. I actually liked Johnny Depp as Grindelwald. Weird, I know, but I did. And I actually very much liked his speech. And I'm going to spoil this movie that no one cares about out there. If you really, spoiler alert for those of you out there who are really excited about watching Crimes of Grindelwald with your family tomorrow, take like literally a minute off. Just mute the stream. I promise I'll be here at the end. But yeah, Grindelwald's whole thing, the only reason he's out there talking about like the wizards controlling muggles and ruling the world is because he has literally seen a vision of World War II. And he saw the nuclear bomb. And he was like, "Oh wow, Muggles are about to do something way worse than we have ever done, and they'll be able to all do it all the time forever from that point on, and we can't let that happen." And I was sitting there in the theater, and I was like, "No, he's objectively right. Like, legitimately, he is objectively right. The nuclear weapon should not have like, if they could stop World War II and prevent the creation of the nuclear bomb or its utilization." And de-escalate things so that Hiroshima doesn't get nuked, that the nuclear bomb doesn't literally threaten every generation of humans who will ever live afterward. The fact that they haven't done it, why? Why is Grindelwald at all like? Besides the obvious hate against Muggles, that's not cool.
What's the
But
damn
let's be
point?
real. Yeah, that's like also a quarter of the wizarding world. Come on, like there's a point where I'm kind of immune to the fact that like 1/4 of people in the wizarding world consider not being magical a slur. It's kind of okay, fine. Like I would say it's not cool, and I will say it's not cool, but at the same time, literally a quarter of your civilization is structured around this. We can't pretend it's not a large portion of your population's belief structure.
A muggle is literally a slur, right? Like,
Muggle isn't, but mudblood is. Like it isn't a slur to not have magic. It is a slur to be someone with magic from a background that did not have magic.
let me lose viewers real quick. I never read or did anything with Harry Potter. I never
Also,
watched the
hey, Gemma.
movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello, Jimmy. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm gonna piss everybody off. Never read Harry Potter. Never watched the movies. I don't care either. I'm gonna be quite honest. Like, also finding out that J.K. Rowling's just an absolute piece of shit is not really encouraging me to get into it now.
That has disincentivized a lot of reasonable readers.
Yeah, and you know, it took me, I think, only about 3 or 4 years ago I watched Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I watched The Hobbit. I think I watched The Hobbit first. I know that's controversial, but I'm watching it in chronological order.
It's canonically the first one.
It's like people that get pissed off at you for watching like the prequels, Star Wars prequels, and then watching A New Hope and then on. It's just like,
it's actually really cool when you do.
It is cool when you do. There's a lot of cool character progression in that regard. I
really liked watching Episode 3 and then Solo and Rogue One and then A New Hope. Actually felt really good. I liked that.
Never watched Solo, and I probably won't because I've just heard it's nothing but a summer action movie, and I'm just like, okay. Holy damn! What day is it? It's the 29th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what that means? Book of Boba Fett drops tonight.
Oh crap!
Yeah, we gotta watch. I'm gonna watch that.
Oh no!
Yes. Oh.
I guess it's a good thing I haven't really been super active on Twitter, huh? Because I'm gonna be dodging that for a bit, man.
Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Sorry, folks. I think it goes without saying we're both Star Wars.
We're way out there.
Yeah, we like Star Wars a lot. But anyway, so what I was writing down was stabilize and destabilize, because I feel like that's a good word for the ability. I put in combat. I sort of summarized what you were saying. I said in combat, you may use your action to either give an ally an extra die or to remove a die from the target's next roll.
I think that's fair.
I think that's fine too. I think that's just a good summarization. But I like, you said something about giving +1 to a roll. Now, is that going to be their second ability?
Well, there's a mage. The tethered does that already.
The tethered gives himself a bonus. That's their whole thing.
That's the reason why the tethered is so powerful, because the tethered is the only person in the game that can themselves achieve a result of 5. For the record, there's a reason this is so important, folks. So this isn't a game where you add all the results of a dice roll together. You take the highest result out of the dice pool.
Yeah.
And that is your roll. So it goes where it's a 1 is the worst possible result. So you will get nothing that you wanted, and things will probably get worse. 2 is where it's things go bad, but there's a catch. So it's not as bad as it could be. Like, you might be able to salvage this. Something might go your way or open up a new opportunity, but you still probably didn't get what you want. A 3 is where you get basically what you want, but there's a catch. So a complication might happen, or there might be like a little bit of a backtrack, but you'll basically get progression towards your goals or get your goal. And 4 is you will get exactly what you wanted with no caveats, basically.
Yeah, and
Best
sometimes
result
more.
possible.
Sometimes more, especially with tethered specifically, being able to go up to 5, they get what they
Yeah.
want and more, and
Yeah.
probably even more than that.
Exactly. Like a normal, if a soldier uses their training and they get a 4, then they do some incredibly cool acrobatic stunt, maybe kill 1 or 2 people in a combat role. A null might getting a 4, trying to restore a piece of technology of the ancient world, might literally just like get the whole thing working. Basically, like, yeah, I can probably keep this thing up and running for a couple of hours. A tether getting like a 4 automatically becomes a 5, and at that point, it's, oh yeah, I was going to turn like only a couple of bad guys to glass, but now I'm literally going to turn every bad guy within a couple thousand feet to glass, including people I didn't see coming, because magic be that powerful in this setting. So I think we should make sure that if we keep the things that the different classes can do, we respect those, and we keep those sort of enshrined. So I don't think we should let other classes remove or add dice to other pools, with the exception of the null, who already has that ability. I don't think we should let classes get positive modifiers, except for the tether, because the tether, that is their claim to fame, is that they can create god level results.
Yeah.
And the training, I think for training, it makes sense that the soldier's the only one that gets to natively re-roll themselves.
Yeah,
So-
I feel like, yeah, soldiers should definitely be able to re-roll themselves without having to worry about luck. That being said, I want soldiers also have the ability to protect themselves, because we have a damage dealer, we have a support, we need a tank, and I think soldiers would be the tankiest out of them all. They'd be able to, maybe the first damage you take in or maybe they're the ones that are able to make resist rolls against attacks.
That would be a good idea. I think that would actually
That would
work.
make them unique, and that would make them sort of be like, feel compelled to be in the front.
What if we don't even make it a roll? What if we make it so they can expend luck to negate incoming damage? Just on a point for point. Just go like, okay, I take one of the luck d4s that I would normally add to a roll, I throw it into the pool of damage, into the damage that I'm about to take, and I remove 1 point of damage for every d4 I throw. Because it's not like you're going to get too many if you're having it as an individual pool. You're going to have like maybe at most 4. Because the highest stat you can get to is a 4 in this game.
Yeah.
So that means you get at most negate 4 damage, and it would be at quite a high price.
Because there's a chance you'd still take the damage, and then...
Yeah, it just might be too high for you to ignore. And even if you completely throw all your luck and just ignore an attack that might kill you, or that might seriously maim you, you still lost all your luck rolls. It's cost you something out of the gate. So it's transmuting damage into luck, basically.
That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So we got stabilize and destabilize, which for a null, that gives them the ability during their round, they can use their action to give an extra die or to remove a die. And then withdraw is what I named their ability. When suffering an injury from a malfunction roll, you take 1 additional damage.
I like that. Yeah.
Is that sort of what that's sort of what you said? You said missteps
Yeah.
do 1 additional point of damage.
Yeah, basically where the basically whenever they suffer a malfunction, if it's the I think it was misstep. So if they get a
Yeah.
misstep, they take a point of damage. If they are wounded, then they what's the wounded one again? I have it right. I have it in here.
We need to put that table in too. We need to put the tables in.
We really do, yeah.
But that won't take very long at all. Do you have 2 Google Doc tabs open, or somebody in our audience? I get Megs might
No, I have the
it.
Google Doc. I have the Google Doc tab open.
Do you have
There's
it
one
open?
for you and there's one for me, because I see your name there too.
But do you have it open twice? Because there's 2 anonymous.
No, I only have it open once and I only see one person.
Oh, okay.
It's me and you, and you have a name. So I know it's you.
I see anonymous walrus and anonymous turtle. If somebody's in the audience looking at the doc while we're working on it, hi. I think that might be Meg, actually.
Yeah.
Regardless. Let's see. So we got stabilize, destabilize, and withdrawal. So that's definitely going to be Noel's thing as they buff rolls in that regard.
Yeah.
I also want to give them the ability to use their luck to reroll things.
I think that's good. So, ooh, maybe that's an idea. So yeah, I like the idea of it. I like the way you mentioned it, using their luck to help other people re-roll. I'm not sure we should let them re-roll, because again, I think we want to keep the re-rolls native to solely the soldier, but we can do the equivalent. Because when we take their native ability to remove a die from someone else's pool, we can have them say that they can use their luck to add a die to someone else's pool. So donate luck.
Oh, okay. So they can donate.
So it's effectively a reroll, but it's at a higher cost. But if the other person doesn't need a reroll, they can just add a die to their pool without having to rely on luck. It'll make them a little more support-oriented, but I think that's kind of the goal with this character, right? So, here we go. Yeah, I got it. It's injury. It's injury and misstep. They take 1 extra point of damage. They take 1 point on a misstep. And for them, their damage is d4 plus 1 on an injury, as opposed to the usual d4, which is already pretty stiff, but that's kind of the point.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, folks, reason why we have upside and downside is because that whole conversation we just had about, like, you got to give something to get something back. That's, like I was saying, why I didn't really care for a lot of high fantasy systems, is because it doesn't feel like there's a sort of, you have, for example, I think, what's it called? Berserker Barbarian is a good example of, I feel like, what more classes should do. Instead of just giving something for free, there's a little bit of a downside. I know Berserkers is a bit extreme because you literally take a level of exhaustion, but I like that. I like that kind of stuff, and I want to see more of it. I like trading one resource for another one. I'm a Magic the Gathering player. I love that shit. I love, like, sacrificing something to do something else. Even if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I don't like you if you play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm kidding.
Wow, that's the hottest possible take there.
I'm kidding.
Just dunking that out.
I'm kidding. I just don't like you. I don't like Japanese card games. I'm gonna be honest.
Yu-Gi-Oh is not the best designed.
Number too high. My brain too tiny. But Yu-Gi-Oh is another good example of that. If somebody explained it to me, playing a bigger creature, you have to sacrifice a smaller creature to get a bigger creature into play. That kind of stuff. I like that kind of stuff. Why don't we do that more in TTRPGs? I don't see it enough. I don't see it enough at all. When I think of Warlock, you're making a pact with this patron and stuff like that. There's no downsides. There's no downsides.
You never really, the Warlock almost never comes to collect, or like the patron never comes to collect usually.
Unless your dungeon master is diligent enough and talks to you about your stuff with your patron, but there.
And then there's some instances where you want them to come knocking.
Yeah,
like,
and there's no.
If you're sworn to like a celestial being, like a unicorn or an angel, and they come knocking, like, hey, lawful good friend, what are you gonna do? As opposed to like literal Cthulhu, who you don't want to come knocking. But like you can, depending on the way you make your character, actually have literally no downsides for selling a small slice of your soul for effectively near limitless cosmic power, which equates to Eldritch Blast plus a couple of spells. So
you did not catch that. I was just saying that I disliked all Yu-Gi-Oh players. Not true though, but
yeah.
I just don't like Yu-Gi-Oh. I think a lot of the Japanese card games are not very good. I think Pokemon's a little too simple for my taste. Yu-Gi-Oh is changing their rules more than a Kardashian changes their outfits in a 24-hour period. So
I think that like the funny thing is like Yu-Gi-Oh actually. So there's a game that's out right now. It's a really big one. Probably everyone has seen pop on YouTube if you follow any Let's Players, called Inscription.
I need to play that.
At its core, it's basically Yu-Gi-Oh in its most simple mechanic, which is you have creatures, you play the cheap ones, you kill them for bigger ones with better powers, and your goal is basically to build an increasingly scary pool of dudes by slaughtering the ones you currently have and using their meat to attract more powerful ones. It's basically the idea.
I need to play that game. People have been recommending that to me a
I will
lot.
not spoil anything. There's so much to that game. It's really cool.
It looks like an
Go
Edward
for it.
McMullen game, or McMillan game, and I like his style of stuff. I like all that Newgrounds sort of stuff, like Dan Paladin, and I grew up on Newgrounds, if you couldn't tell.
I feel you, man. I feel you. I think one of the first videos I ever watched was Zhao Zhao, which is like the stick fight, the original stick fight
Yeah, stick fight.
animation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember one of my earliest times on the internet where I found something I thought was really cool. Do you remember the Do you remember the Super Mario RPG Rarest Forest?
Oh my god, yes, I do. I know exactly what you're talking about.
that is like infinitely stuck in my head. I found out that the guy that sang that's actually a pretty accomplished voice actor now, so I thought that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But good for him, you know what I mean? But yeah, no. Anyway, Newgrounds tangent done. Moving back to the soldier. So what's their? You said that you didn't want. We should definitely just leave out anything that has to do with increasing attributes or not attributes, but increasing stats in this iteration of the game. This should just be the most basic. So what should their downside be?
All right. So the downside that we had before, the tentative one I had anyway, which is okay. It's I'm not gonna lie, I'm super open to reworking it. Is that you can't gain more than one level in training per session. So the trick is that training requires time and effort. There's no supernatural quality to it. It isn't like magic, where depending on the day or how the stars, you can't do it, stars. Like, there's none of that. A sword is a sword, a bow is a bow. Your training has been beaten into you as a result of hundreds of hours of repetition or use. So it's super reliable, but the trick is that where it is super reliable and not prone to malfunction, it is also not particularly easy to get. Because that is a thing that I noticed with a lot of tabletop games, is why is everything buzzing me so loudly now? In a lot of tabletop games, especially in D&D as the baseline, again, because D&D is, as much as a lot of players and a lot of folks might not like it, it is kind of the industry standard, thanks in part to Critical Role and literally being one of the oldest well-known like tabletop games, going as far back as the Satanic Panic.
Yes,
As a result,
not
when
old enough for that.
players do the littlest thing, the expectation and the game expectation by design is that they get experience for it. I killed 10 goblins. For each goblin we have killed, I expect no less than 4 experience points. And if there is a sorcerer, they are worth 15 experience points. It doesn't matter that I didn't kill them with my sword or magic, but instead literally pushed him into a pitfall. That doesn't matter. He's now officially 15 experience points for everyone involved in the party. Even Doug, who was completely unconscious, as I shoved this dude down a hole. And that's fair, because the game mechanics demand that. The game mechanics demand a steady drip feed of experience to eventually build your character up a higher level, especially at those higher levels if you're using experience and not doing what a lot of GMs are doing now, because a lot of people are realizing that that kind of arbitrary experience growth is both patently unfair at times and patently ridiculous. That you could literally slay a red dragon, an act that in any setting would, like an ancient red dragon, which would be in any setting considered a literal continent-changing event. That's like slaying Smaug in Lord of the Rings. Like, literally a red ancient dragon is just Smaug. It's just Smaug. They just didn't want to use his name.
Yeah.
That might not level you up. But if you go into a town and you beat the crap out of a couple of dudes in a tavern and get like 4 points of experience, that might be the thing that levels you up. Not the dragon, the fist fight that happened afterward, which no GM or party wants that to be a thing.
That's why most of us don't use experience. I can't.
Exactly.
I've never met a DM or a GM for that matter that actually keeps track of experience, because it takes away from the whole game. It is an outdated system that doesn't work anymore. You should award players milestones. Everybody agrees upon that. I'm pretty damn sure. I've never heard anybody argue otherwise, so I'm just gonna go with that take, as hot as it may be. Experience sucks.
I think that is literally a milk toast take now, and that's fair. That's fine. And if there's
Experience is
someone
fine in video
yeah, if you
games
swear
where it's
by it,
like,
if it works for your party, cool. No, we're not telling you how to run your game. You
Yeah.
run the game that works for good for you. And you know what? For really long-term campaigns where they're run over the course of decades, not years, or like even months or weeks,
yeah,
you know what? Maybe experience works in that situation. Because at that point, why not? Like, you're going to be playing every week for literally until who knows what happens. Probably until a party member actually drops dead in the real world. So, go for it. Have fun with it. But and good. I'm glad the world needs more hugs in their games.
we do need more hugs.
I give you all the hugs. So the reason, the one thing I think that it didn't do well, because mechanically as a balance thing, it's fine. It's just very what's the word? It's not that it's not colorblind. There's a word for it. I'll remember it literally 15 minutes after stream and scream it into the air. But the ultimate point of it is tone deaf. That's the word.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is that experience is not easily gained. Experience comes in the real world from repetition. Ruthless, endless, brutal, ceaseless repetition. As any person who's ever tried to do exercise will tell you, you cannot stop. Not because you don't want to, because the second you do, all the benefits immediately fall away within weeks. And it is more difficult than ever to get back on top of it. And I feel like that's the same thing with a soldier's experience, a soldier's training. That's why I went with experience as the original name for it. Because I like the idea of it being like, no, you don't gain experience as a character to level up. Only one person benefits from actual experience, and that's the person who depends on it for their life and survival. But it is difficult to get, because that is how it really works. So I like the idea that you can only rank that up once per session. So we're like at the end when we were leveling up, and I know there's like the possibility for multiple things to level up. You would just be like, you can only do it once with training. But that feels like a very milquetoast disadvantage compared to there's a 3 in 16 chance as opposed to a 2 in 16 chance that I might just literally kill myself by using my ability. Or the other one, which is there is a like 50% chance that I'll just straight up hurt myself by using my ability. And not kill myself, just hurt myself. And then the soldier's like, I can only level up once per game. And they're like, oh, boo-hoo. That's so sad. Your success is limited. How dare? Especially since the way that the game starts is I don't think we're really building this initial system to be played in long runs. I don't even think the end goal of AOS is to have long campaigns.
It's a very short burnout sort of system. I think it'll handle a lot better for shorter campaigns that maybe last a couple of weeks. Longer term campaigns. Here's a fun challenge for people that'll be when this game comes out. See how long you can keep your party alive. run a stamina game. See how long this party can survive in a world like this. Don't throw like super unfair shit at them, but like like the system is made for. This world is ruthless. It's not dark and hopeless, but it is ruthless. You know what I mean? Like there's a high chance that you're going to die. And in reality, yeah, if we were in the real world, now I'll come back to this and iterate on my point, but if we were in the real world and you were going around shooting people that were being belligerent and stuff like that, non-stop, like that's your entire job, you're there to keep belligerents in check and that sort of thing, like a mercenary would,
or be belligerent as your career.
Yeah, literally go out and seek trouble. Yeah, your luck is going to eventually run out in the literal sense in this game, but in the metaphorical sense in the real world. It's what's that called? There's a movie that came out. It's about Vietnam. It was called Deer Hunter. You know what I'm talking about?
Sounds familiar.
So this guy is American Vietnam soldier. He gets addicted to playing a game none other than Russian roulette. He gets so addicted to playing it that after he gets back to the States, he was so upset with how, because when the Vietnam soldiers came home, they were treated like trash. You know, there was no welcoming party for them like World War II. They were treated like criminals and murderers. So he's just like, screw it, I'm going back to Vietnam. His friend, the main character in the movie, gets a call and says, "Oh yeah, your friend went back to Vietnam." Finds out his friend got killed playing Russian roulette because that's what he wanted to do. You know, your luck is gonna
Nice.
run out, right?
Yeah,
But
you can
that
only take
movie is
so many
sad
chances.
as fuck, by the way. So if you're looking for a tearjerker, that and Schindler's List, I can't recommend enough.
I mean,
Schindler's
yeah,
List is
like
so brutal. Like God.
I will say I don't hear the topic of Vietnam and immediately think show tunes. So like
Yeah,
yeah, you're right.
Vietnam is a Vietnam
Not an
was
easy topic.
no, it's not.
Um,
And I have a lot of relatives that were involved in Vietnam. So I mean, my dad
that's
was
fair.
literally a year too young to be drafted for Vietnam. So
Miracles.
yep.
Um, so anyway, reeling it all the way back in to the thing I started this off, which was a tangential thing about how experience is often too easily gained and not reflective of what it really is, which is hard work.
Hmm.
Done a lot. Done a lot, done frequently, never ceasing. And I feel like that's a thing for training. But here's the trick. I'm open to other ideas for what a disadvantage would be, because this does not impact their ability to perform at all.
I feel like
But
gaining skills in this game, we should sort of avoid that unless a GM would be like, "Hey, let's give you an attribute point or maximum attribute point rather," because
right,
the way attribute points work in this is, I don't know. I don't really want to say that you have a maximum at the start of the game. I feel like you can lose and gain, but
I
um,
mean, there is a hard cap, which is 4. You can't get
five,
above 4 in an attribute.
5 technically.
Um, 5, yeah, technically
Yeah,
5. So, like, you can't get more than 5 dice on the table at any time from anything, period, unless you have an ability that specifically puts a dice in addition to that into the pool, which is precisely why that kind of thing is so powerful. The scope of the mechanics make those little modifications awesome. Like in any other game, like in D&D, when you're pouring out a million dice, you have 100 abilities. Having one ability that goes like, oh yeah, I reroll 1s for damage, 1s or 2s for damage. That's literally great weapon fighting. And anyone who's ever taken great weapon fighting with a great weapon will tell you how little help it is to roll a d10 damage die, get a 1, re-roll it, and get a 3. It does not do much. But in a system like this, where the difference between a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4 is significant. Like the 3-point difference between a 1 and a 4 is night and day in Caltrop Core.
yeah.
Those little buffs become colossal. And while we're not particularly trying to balance this entirely like a war game, because that necessitates a fairness, and this is a tabletop game, we don't need to worry about that. You still don't want to make one class so broken that it makes the other classes feel unfun.
Yeah, you want everybody to feel like their role actually matters. I feel like
Yeah,
that's a big issue with 5e. It's just
that's
with
a big issue with D&D forever.
it's a big issue with any D20 system. I mean, you have these classes that are just like, I want to play this fantasy, but it's not very strong. You shouldn't give a damn if your character is strong or not. You should care about how much influence they will have on the roleplay. If your GM or your DM is enough of a dick to tell you that your character isn't strong, you're probably at the wrong table. It's the whole point of a role-playing game is to roleplay. It is not to min-max. It is not to be the strongest you can possibly be. It's not to take the lucky feat. You're there to roleplay a character fantasy that you have in mind. You could literally sit down at the table and be like, I want to play Hellrider. Okay.
Yeah.
Or why not? You know what I
Right.
mean? Like why wouldn't you be
No,
able to
I
play
agree.
that character concept? You
I
just
think
like
every table has to assess its needs and wants differently. Like
right.
I for example, come from a wargaming background, and that immediately makes a lot of people run for the hills in tabletop role-playing sphere. And for the record, I completely understand.
I do too,
I have
as
a
a wargamer.
tabletop wargaming background. I know what we can be like, or more importantly, what some tabletop wargamers can be like. I'm the guy that played Tau when they weren't good, and then Space Marines when they weren't good, and then Tau when they weren't good, and I literally missed every time they were good because I kept getting gravitated towards them when they had cool lore and not good rules. So
Yep.
I know the pain, because I was the guy suffering on the other end of the table from that person who walks in with a masterfully crafted Rube Goldberg machine of 600 separate miniatures,
But
and I came here with, but I really painted my captain really cool. Look how cool he is, man.
that's what
And
I
the
mean.
other guy takes me apart with unpainted miniatures that he just bought to Transit Tournament.
I'll show you my Harlequins, man. See if that shows up
Oh,
well on the
man.
camera. Yeah, that
Thank
shows
you.
up
I really
well.
think my Marine Army is cool too. I like my Primaris Marines. Call me basic. I've always wanted real scale Marines. Anyway, the point is that to
gonna
reel
let
it
my
back
dog
close to the TTRPG sphere, is that yes, please show me that. I want to see it. I also want to have the window so I can actually see it. But so the trick when you're doing the sort of balance we're talking about here isn't necessarily again, fairness, because that's not the point. And you shouldn't be too worried about what your other folks do. If you have a member of your party that's arbitrarily a better fighter, or someone who's just more equipped to do damage than you, it usually benefits the party. You just don't want your situation to be... I'll wait for Red to pop back in to hear this, because here we go.
I'm listening.
Yeah, okay. So, like, the big thing for me, I was saying, was, like, the issue for me isn't that you care about how good your character is compared to other people for the purposes of, oh, we need to all be in perfect lockstep of balance or power.
Yeah.
I play games where you have some characters that just can't do stuff, and other characters where they can do a lot of stuff, and it's fine. It turns out great. It's a good opportunity to roleplay. But every table has their different needs, and there is something to be said about playing a character who you have a defined role for, and they're not good at it. And another party member is
Bard.
not at all with that role, but does what you want to do better than you, and makes your character mechanically redundant.
It feels bad.
Exactly. Like, it's not a matter at that point of, oh, it's power. It's a matter of, like, oh, I want to be here, but for all intents and purposes, I am the equivalent of Hawkeye or Black Widow in the Avengers. I love them both, for the record, but literal power armor, man, literal god, literal abomination so powerful he can outpunch God. I'm an assassin and I shoot arrows. Like, two of these people did not need to show up to work today. And could have been replaced by Agent Coulson. That's the real solution there. That's the real question is, could a random SHIELD agent have done what they did and not been named? And that is sort of what ends up happening when you're at a table and you don't feel useful. You're like, oh, I could just be an NPC. And that's a major feels bad. So that's the balance we're trying to aspire to here. We want every player to feel valued on the table. Mechanically as well as also narratively. So that way you don't have to deal with the person going like, oh, it's an encounter. Well, Jimbo here is just going to have to sit this one in the back and just try not to hurt anybody or do anything, and we'll let Bob in front absolutely carry us. Like, that's never fun for him. Giant ran over. I definitely want to see that Harlequin, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I got a bunch of Harleys. I have some Skyweavers I need to paint up. I actually have a couple of Skyweavers done. I think I had somebody fall off the back because if you folks know anything about Eldar, whoo, are they sensitive? They fall apart at like the lightest touch. My God.
Tiniest, thinnest, literal space elves, but the miniatures are also literally thinner than the other models. So their constitution is not only mechanical in game, it is mechanical real life.
So let me show you. This is one of my favorites. Let's see. I did Frozen Stars because I'm a basic bitch.
Dude, I love that model.
I love this model too.
That's cool.
But you see how she's connected to the base?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of an issue with...
Yep.
Bit of an issue
I
with
feel
those.
that, buddy. I feel that. I used to play Tau Empire. And for those of you who don't know, Tau Empire are basically every anime faction in every anime ever. Giant robots literal like wakizashi style swords,
Yeah.
and that they don't use, by the way, because they can't fight in melee worth crap. But they have the coolest sci-fi guns and giant robots you'll ever see. They look like
You
they're straight
know,
out of Bubblegum Crisis.
they actually made a reason for why those swords aren't used. They're actually not swords or meant to be used. They're
Yeah, they're
ornamental for the
knives for
bonding knife
ritual.
ritual. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to be an old Style Tao player, so like I know I ate their lore up. I actually just recently gave my Tao to a friend because I wanted them to have an army. Ooh,
I
nice.
tried to paint that little diamond pattern on the leg. I did it on this guy. You can't really see it.
Oh
very
man, that's tough. Getting those little fine details is tough. Like again, most people don't really think, oh, you can manually manually focus your camera. I'm now super jealous of that.
This thing's a piece of crap, but I can do that.
It
you
is
see the
showing up
diamond
actually.
pattern?
It looks great. I love it.
I did that on one. That took me, I want to say, 2.5 hours. I never did it on another model.
I
'Cause
completely believe that.
there's so many Tau players that refuse to do it, and I see why now. Or not Tau, I'm sorry, Harlequin players that refuse to do that, and I see why. I found out why really quickly, and I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah.
It's time consuming. If you're painting one miniature, it's fine. But then when you realize that when you're playing a tabletop war game, this isn't like D&D where you can have one little miniature and lavish love on it for like 5 hours.
You're
and be fine.
painting 20, 30, 40, 100.
At least. Like, yeah, basically, like, to put it out there for you guys in the TTRPG sphere at risk of, like, making you guys run away because talking tabletop war games, not TTRPGs. In a game of Warhammer, or let's be real, most tabletop war games, you have one person in charge, a captain, a leader, a warcaster, call them what you will, doesn't matter. One person in charge who leads the army, or a squad, or whatever. And you have usually broken down into 2 units at least for the smallest size game of support dudes. These are like grunts that hold objectives, that march across the table, that, as Starship Troopers said, Fleet does the flying and MI does the dying. And those guys are the guys that do the dying. And so as a result, even the smallest game of Warhammer, you are usually guaranteed to at least have 20 models on the table. Because it's usually a dude in charge, couple of dudes that grunts doomed to die to random dice rolls, and it may be a unit of cool dudes that you think are awesome that'll probably be better than the base guys, that their job is more specialized than die to bullets. And that's your army at like the smallest scale. But most games are not the smallest scale. I had a game I was going to play tomorrow with a friend. I had to cancel because they're not feeling that good. Rest up, buddy. That dude we were planning on playing 2,000 points, which is like, for him playing Dark Eldar, like 100 models. I'm playing Space Marine, and it's still going to be 65 plus models for me at least. So if you spend 5 hours per model on that, you might be done, realistically, in 2 years of doing nothing but painting your army with no other hobby.
That's why you airbrush. I don't have an airbrush.
I am old school Bob Ross style.
I have all manual brushes. I actually have a mini from, I want to shout out Titanomachy since we're working on their Caltrip Core Game Jam. I won a mini from them a while back from an Eldritch Foundry giveaway. I just primed him. Let me focus.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, he's a good looking dude. He's a personal character of mine. He's inspired off of a World War I soldier. His name's Siegfried Holman. Very beloved character of mine, and I wanted to get him done up. I just primed him, so Bond made a good point. She's like, "Oh, you guys should have like a finishing up painting mini day." And I'm like, "Well, if I had a second camera where I could focus, I guess I could focus and show you guys my painting stuff." But
I sadly don't.
I'm not a very good painter.
My camera will literally not look at my tabletop. Which, by the way, I have had people asking me a while now, like over a year and a half, why don't you do a tabletop wargaming stream or something, or like painting stream or a conversion stream? Because you do a lot of it. If you look at my Instagram, it's like 50% the Warhammer models and miniatures I painted for like tabletop war games, including my my Frostgrave squad, which in fairness is also basically just like 9 D&D characters I'm just have access to now. And the reason is, I don't got a second camera, guys. And this camera literally is the edge of its USB cord. I cannot stretch it further. There's a reason you guys always look at me like 3/4 view, like I'm some like Renaissance portrait, because I literally can't move you guys in front of me. I don't have the USB reach, and if I extend it, it doesn't work with my camera, which is unfortunate. Alas, technical discussions of things you guys probably don't care about on mine.
No, technical stuff has been what limits like all of us to a lot of different things, and it's incredibly frustrating in that regard because there's a lot of stuff that we really want to do but we can't just because of technical stuff, and it's just like a lot of the mostly money. I'm gonna be quite honest. It's just all about having the
I
money
feel
to
ya.
do it. But
One of these days, folks, when I get a better rig or I get an extra camera and I start uploading that stuff to YouTube, I will have a little mini series or like a side series of, hey, who wants to play war games? And I will show you guys some fun, casual war gaming action. And maybe even painting tips you could use in a tabletop role-playing setting for painting your minis, because I paint. Why not, right? In addition to build worlds, I'm a Renaissance man, I guess.
Derek calls me a Renaissance man all the time, and I'm like, oh, that is high praise.
Cheers, Da Vinci. Cheers.
I don't make war machines. That's the one thing I don't do.
Okay, fair. Fine. How about Donatello? There you go.
Isn't that a Ninja Turtle?
They're all Ninja Turtles. That's the point.
Da Vinci's my favorite.
I mean, Leonardo.
Well, yeah,
Da Vinci.
Leonardo.
He was one.
Da Vinci's my favorite turtle.
I mean, Leonardo was pretty cool. But I am going to say Donatello and Leonardo should have swapped places. Straight up. They should have had different names. Leonardo da Vinci should have been the guy inventing all this stuff. And this is the content you're here for. Me arguing for renaming the Ninja Turtles 25 years after initial comic release.
Let's try to digress back to the...
Yes, you're right. Yeah. I'm actually looking at this. So, okay. Reeling it all the way back.
Yeah, digressing.
So... I actually was going to say, don't even have them roll the luck roll.
Don't have soldiers roll it?
Yeah, so no, I mean for the tough ability. So I was looking at that, like a soldier may expend a point of luck to roll a d4 and reduce incoming damage. Don't even have them roll a d4 to reduce incoming damage. Instead, have them expend a luck token or a luck die to reduce the damage by 1 for every point of luck they use. So they don't get to completely negate incoming damage, since most damage they're going to get is like in increments of 1 anyway. So like I feel like rolling the d4 is going to be rankly overkill unless they're in like a really big fight. And if that's the case, we probably want to limit their use of it. So just have them like expend a point of luck to remove an incoming damage by 1, and they can stack that effect if they want. So if they get hit by a really big attack and they just don't want to deal with it, cool, blow 4 points of luck. Why not? Go crazy. Just know you spent all your luck, I think.
Soldier may expend any number of points in luck to reduce incoming damage from an attack by 1.
Yeah, by 1 per point of luck. I think that would work. This is the one advantage of being a wargamer in this space, is it really teaches you the specifics of having well-worded shit.
Yeah, Warhammer literally hires people to double-check their stuff because it is so horribly worded.
And they still fuck it up all the time, even with a team of editors.
They have to word it like that, though. They've sort of dug themselves a hole to where they have to be so unbelievably specific it doesn't make sense. Because they don't want any of these assholes at tournaments trying to find loopholes in their rules. So
I wouldn't say it's a Warhammer specific problem, but War Machine has long since pioneered the art of
Dungeons and Dragons has that problem.
Yeah, everyone has that. If you play a tabletop game and you sit with someone else on the table, there's one person there who will rules lawyer you, and you know what? God bless them, because they're the ones that can tell you anywhere on that book what to find.
That's me. I'm the rules lawyer. I'm the guy always being a stickler about that, because oh, Meg, thank you for the follow.
Yeah, oh, that's awesome.
I'm gonna move. Oh, damn. Okay, that window popped up for just a second. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying that I'm the rules lawyer because I don't want to ruin anybody's fun, but I don't want a rule to go misused, and then it'll be misused in the future over and over again.
Right.
Because there's been a lot of that, and they're just like, "Oh, you're a stickler for the rules." Um,
I mean, it's all fine and dandy to feel like that when you're doing it to your party, but when your GM does it to you by accident, and it's to your disadvantage, it suddenly feels very bad.
it's fine when a player does it because I'm just trying to help out. Like I'm trying to, and I've played 5e. 5e was my first TTRPG, and
Mm.
I've DM'd in it for 4 or 5 years. I pretty much know the rules in and out, and uh, even the weird rules that a lot of people don't think about. There's a rule that people really don't think about. You can't cast more than one spell on a turn with a sorcerer unless it's a cantrip.
Yeah.
That's a rule that
Which is-
people don't know. You can cast a spell first level or higher, and if you try to quicken a spell, you can't cast another spell first level or higher. You can cast a cantrip, but you can't cast multiple first level or higher spells in the same turn. Most people don't know that.
Yeah, that's the reason why cantrip selection is so important in 5th ed, especially for or one of the many reasons why, because that's a lot of how the mechanics of the system work.
Yeah.
It really does make you go like, hey, your cantrip is the thing that is your base attack. Make sure it's good.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Cantrips are weird though, because in earlier editions of the game, there's a lot of spells that are like really high level, and they used to be cantrips. Like Speak with Dead, for example, was a cantrip.
Yeah. In fairness, also, the modern action economy basically was invented by 4th edition. Say
Yeah,
what
that's
you
true.
will about 4th edition, but 4th edition did revolutionize the game in a positive way. And you can fight me on that on Twitter. I'll ignore you, but you can try.
A
So
challenge
that
of
is a thing.
nothing.
Yeah. Challenge ignored. But yeah, like it is a thing, and that has gone back. Like before that, cantrip was just another fancy word for spell. Like so
Yeah.
many of the different mechanics. I played 3.5, my first ever tabletop role playing game. This is a fun. Should I save that for the ask me anything for the AMA?
Yeah, make them come back.
I'll make you come back for that. Point is that cantrip was kind of like a vague thing. I have played 3.5. Unfortunately, I played it as a ranger.
You poor soul.
Yeah, it was rough. It was better than the fighter though. Felt really bad for the fighter.
Fighter marshals have been getting nothing but screwed over in D&D games for years now. So
I mean, the issue you run into, which is an issue we're trying to negate here when we're making this game, tying it back in. Hey, I'm not just spiraling out of control. The disadvantage you have is that when you have access to magic, how do you make dude with knife stack up to dude with literal bomb?
yeah,
Which, by the way, is what Fireball is. Fireball is not Spirit Bomb style, a giant bowling ball of fire. That's the modern interpretation. What it really is was Fireball, as in the fireball after an explosion. You could better name the spell Explosion, and that would be more accurate. Which is why it's overpowered. It's overpowered because the image is I blow up C4 in that square, and everything within so many feet takes C4 levels of damage. It's 6 sticks of dynamite, which, by the way, you can totally carry in Savage Worlds. And I encourage anyone who's ever going to play Savage Worlds, for the love of God, encourage one person in the party to purchase 6 sticks of dynamite and use it at one point in the game. You will all die laughing. Everyone, GM included. No one will be unhappy at that moment. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. How do you make guy with knife or guy with sword stack up against this dude makes explosions, literally raises the dead, can transport you to another plane of reality that hurts you for being there, and then lock you there forever? But I has sword, guys. I am a contributing member of society. It's tough. And so that's always been a problem. In 3.5, the problem was that you had only one attack. Period.
yeah,
Wizards didn't care. Wizards just could do a lot more damage. So there was effectively the only thing you were there for as a fighter was to take hits. And that's great until an enemy wizard rolls up with Fireball and erases you from existence, like a bad 3rd grade sketch in the margin of a test.
Like an Etch a
it's
Sketch.
yeah, exactly. Just shake it a couple times, your character sheet magically becomes plain again.
There's a silhouette of you painted on the sidewalk.
Yeah. The only thing you'll see on your paper after you're done with Fireball is the tear stains from where you actually cared about your character for a minute. But yeah, like, so that's an issue that you run into in a game that demands that. In this setting, we're not too worried about that. The scope and scale of combat is so small and the risks are so high that there really isn't a we don't have to worry too much about the risks of like this character will do too much damage or this character will be an overwhelming presence or an insurmountable level of health at a later level. Like, no, at later level, your character can still totally get killed by a bullet. Like, someone might just ace you in a lethal encounter and roll a 4 and you roll a 1 and you're like, oh, I already got dinged a little bit earlier. Feels bad. I guess I'm unconscious. And that's just how it goes. And that's kind of the vibe we want. We want this to be risky. And yes, all the love, Bond.
It's love. Appreciate you. Appreciate your high praise. Just hearing folks say that we're great is just, don't get my head too big. It's already huge, but I appreciate you. Appreciate it, each and every one of you.
So, okay. Do you have any ideas on how to make the soldier vulnerable? Like
Yes.
what their weakness should be?
The longer they spend in combat, the more fatigued that they get, because a natural person, considering that they are the most natural of everybody, and they're
people.
Yeah, they're just dudes, you know what I mean? And so I feel like the longer they spend in combat, the worse that their rolls would get. So after I've been playing Wasteland 3 with Howl, and there's a quirk called 2 Pump Chump, and
I had to stop myself from just everywhere. I sucked for dear life, and it worked, thank God.
So the idea behind 2 Pump Chump is you get 2 extra action points, but at the end of the second round of combat, you lose 2 action points. So I feel like what would be interesting is that the soldiers get 2 actions, but at the end of the second round, they lose 2, or they lose an action, and they go down to 1, or they take some sort of penalty on their rolls.
How about this? How about we tie it to an advantage, but make it a really big... ooh, I like this. So... My brain is like trying to process how can we represent this with the rule set we have. Because really, like, you only have one action in this game. Because it's rock, paper, scissors. Like,
Right.
what you do with that action is your call. But, like, in a normal game of rock, paper, scissors, you can't go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. One person drops paper, and you drop rock and scissors, because fuck that guy. Although that does sound like something that would totally happen in a 5th grade yard. I would love that. Please, someone has a YouTube video that sent it to me.
There's definitely stories of that stuff that I can even tell.
Yeah, I'm sure someone's experienced like that. But like that's... So you get one action. What if we make it so that the soldier, their vulnerability is that they have the ability to exert themselves, and doing so means they suffer a negative penalty for the rest of the battle from another trait. So their training remains intact. They can still lean on it, but they basically take injury in another field, another part of their body in order to do a thing.
I also have an idea. We might use this for Tethered, but what they could do is sort of like the way Adrenaline works is so they could say funnel points from one skill to another to sort of that would also make them very tanky, so like their lowest attribute wouldn't be constantly getting barraged.
Right.
So they could just like say, oh, they just lost points in body, or they lost points somewhere that they really need to, like, let's say they're facing an enemy that's non-stop like doing a mind-based attack. or what
Right.
have you. Because like, well, most attacks will be like, oh, the players can decide where they allocate the wounds to. But I feel like
Right.
there should be some specific attacks that do target a specific attribute.
I definitely feel like for bosses, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So
Um, maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's what an enemy boss, like the enemy boss advantage is that an enemy boss soldier targets your body, an enemy boss dust targets your mind, and an enemy boss tethered targets your will.
yeah,
And just like they erode that. That's their damage. That's like an ability or like a big negative modifier that can be applied to them, like targeted attacks or something.
I feel like soldiers should either be able to like push themselves and give themselves an action surge with a
Right.
penalty after it. But what would the penalty just be as simple as just taking a point out of a stat
Yeah, just
temporarily?
-1 attribute. Count it like damage.
Okay,
Because
yeah,
for us, there's no distinction between damage and fatigue. Because
true.
you heal in this game. By the way, folks, we're not including a healing mechanic in this game beyond sleep or natural rest, like natural rest or taking it easy. So because this is a world in kind of decay, there's no healing spells, there's no healing potions. If there's medical care, it's probably going to be, oh wow, that sword wound looks really bad, we're going to try to sew it up, but the solution is please don't use your fucking arms for a while you reknit your flesh over a couple of days. So basically, the prescription for all that ails you is bed rest, or if not bed rest, like the equivalent of taking a long rest in D&D, but for a whole day. No rolls made. Your character cannot make a roll if they want to heal, and you can heal only 1 point of attribute damage. I think per rung, like per like part of your tree.
I also have an
Um,
idea.
hmm?
So maybe instead of like permanently taking damage, they can choose to take 2 actions on their turn, but both of those actions, which would probably be attacks, they take a -1 penalty.
What if instead? So okay, because I'm trying to think of how this would work. Because again, like with the rock paper scissors thing, like it's not like it would be strange because every roll is dependent on the other person's roll to make it work,
Hmm.
and it's entirely possible that by performing an action you can totally hurt yourself. Again, roll
Right.
ones malfunction, have a bad day, or even if you're not using one of the your class skill, still rolling ones sucks when your opponent rolls a 4
Yeah.
or even like anything good.
Maybe they just try to
So
lose a die to each of the actions.
yeah, like or I like the idea. How about this? How about we have it so that if they do choose do that, they do get kind of an action surge. Because remember the way I was talking to you about the way combat works is each player chooses to go in turn, and then they both secretly choose what their like attack action will be, what attribute they're going to use,
Yeah.
and they reveal it at the same time the GM and the player who's in contest, and you compare. Um, what if a soldier can choose 2 of them and choose whichever one they want after having seen what the GM has used? And that's how they get the multi action. They don't really get 2 rolls. They just get to choose 2 types of attack
See,
and see whichever one would favor them better.
I'm still trying to think how we would be able to have everything go off at once. That's the one thing I'm trying to
I mean, I don't think we
figure
need to
out.
worry about everything going off necessarily at once. Like, we can have each individual player VDM part of a fight go off individually. Just the players just choose the players choose who goes first, and just have it where all the effects of that all happen at the end in terms of like a. So the way I'm thinking about this is in terms of there's a game that I play. I can't remember what it is. It's been a while now, but basically where all the actions resolve at once. BattleTech Alpha Strike. And in BattleTech, the giant robot game that everyone knows and loves and probably has played a video game of or seen at some point, there's
Mm.
actually a tabletop role-playing and battle game. So just let you know, if you really want to play with giant robots on the tabletop, it's really fun. In it, damage is all resolved at the end simultaneously. So you and your opponent move all your dudes. They all get in a position one at a time. They shoot one at a time, but nobody is killed. None of the damage resolves until the end step of the entire round. And that's when mechs start blowing up and dying left and right, and people start getting damaged and dying. It all kind of happens simultaneously. The order in which it happens is simply chosen by the players in a way that would be advantageous for other reasons than I kill a dude so they can't act. It's instead, I move a dude so they don't die later on with everyone else. We could just have it where damage is all resolved at the end, at that end step, and then you determine who wins or loses that round of combat based on which side had more successes, player party versus DM, and whichever side loses takes a point of damage on all their dudes. At least for the lethal encounter and the strategic encounter, I think.
I like that idea. I also like the idea. The thing that I'm lingering on is you're saying that nobody is dead until the end of the round. So you have people that could get shot, put their attribute to 0, not kill them, but maybe knock them unconscious, but they can still act. So everything does just happen at once, and then everything is sort of concluded at the very end, and what exactly happens.
Exactly. Not to mention, each person is effectively fighting their own battle. So, like, you can't, as the DM can't go, I target this other person during my action. Every action is a player steps forward, the DM steps forward, they rock, paper, scissors individually. And whatever happens to that character happens to that character as a result of that interaction. Then you go to the next player and they do that. So it's not like in D&D or like in a lot of tabletop games with a table with a grid again, because I'm trying to get away from the grid mindset.
You're right.
I can't snipe someone in this setting or in this system. There's no way for me to go like, that dude at the back who I normally wouldn't get to interact with, screw him. And, Achilles takes an arrow to the knee. That doesn't really happen in this case. In this case, if you engage someone in combat, you are at risk. There is no such thing as a free shot, as it were. And one person in a combat encounter, when an action is done, one of those two people will be harmed at the end of it. Whether it's lethal or not will depend on the level of, like, the encounter, or if it's just a bar fight and one guy leaves with a bruise, a nice shiner, the other dude leaves with a sense of self-validation.
Right.
So I think that's kind of the thing. We don't have to worry too much about that, because it's basically, what it really is the party is each fighting their own battles. Support between those party members will come from how their abilities interact with one another, not directly mechanically, like the soldier puts themselves in front of someone else. That might be a big advantage for the soldier. We want to make them tanky, have them be able to electively take damage for other characters on their turns.
Oh, so tough. Not only you can reduce incoming damage, but you can also just elect to take damage for somebody else. I feel like that'd be fine, because soldiers taking a bunch of damage already, even if they're just getting targeted themselves. So taking more damage, they're going to start taking a lot of damage, which that's their job. They're the tank, and they also get an extra point and an attribute literally to compensate for that.
It's naturally balancing. They don't have potentially any higher health than anyone else, because again, health is tied to your attributes, and everyone has the same number of attributes to play around with in there. The only advantage is they have the ability to soak damage, potentially. And now they have the advantage of saying, oh, the tethered got into a fist fight with another person, and they lost, and they're going to take 3 damage. I choose to take those 3 damage. Now I'm going to expend my luck so that I don't die on that person's turn, or from that person's damage. And that also fits really well with the idea that a lot of soldiers are kind of bodyguards for these more specialized, rare individuals in the Dust Nulls and the Tethered, I think.
Yeah.
So it's a, what's the term? It's a lateral advantage. It's not vertical. It doesn't make them more powerful personally. It is utility pure, because the advantage they get is helping someone else explicitly at their own cost. So I like that.
I like that as well. I feel like soldiers should get 3 abilities for that reason, because they're already weak as shit to begin with, because they're not they're not able to buff themselves. They are going to be taking the most damage out of everybody in the group.
And they kind of do buff themselves because they get to re-roll one of their dice rolls per
Right.
turn. So that makes them very reliable. That gives them dice control. And again, approaching that from like the tabletop wargaming setting, my mindset is literally there are 3 things you want to win a game. You want good dice rolls. In the absence of that, you want positive modifiers to make those dice rolls better. In the absence of that, you want re-rolls for those really bad dice rolls. And that's the priority of things that make you win at games. Good dice rolls, modifiers on dice rolls, and re-rolling dice rolls. And the soldier does get to re-roll themselves.
Yeah, and the powerful thing about the Null is they can re-roll other people's stuff too, basically.
Yeah. But they do it at a much higher cost by removing a bad result and giving them another chance. And it's not even necessarily... It's literally a 2-fold loss on the part of the Dust Null. And I kind of like that. I like that for a player to interact with another member of the party undergoing their own fight in these battles. It takes a lot of resources. So it's saved more for clutch moments. It's not really a do it every turn kind of thing. It's we're fighting on our own, we're trusting, we're handling things. Oh god, the Dust Null is about to lose his head to some guy. Quick, I'll intervene and save his life because it's going to take a lot to do it.
I'm trying to think of what would be a downside for soldiers other than the training, or not the training, but like leveling up kind of thing. Because I want to avoid that with this rendition of the game. I want to avoid leveling up like altogether with this.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of a downside that would come with experienced. You gain 1 additional point to spend. Or they gain 1 additional point to spend on their attributes.
How do we do this? I think we can work with the fatigue thing.
I like the fatigue thing. I'm just trying to think about how to do that.
What if we make it so that every encounter... So we do need to track rest.
Yeah.
That is a thing, because rest is how you restore attributes. What if we make it so that soldiers can only... After they fight... After every fight, regardless of how it resolves, they take a point of attribute damage.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
So they literally become weary after time, or we could call it only human.
I like only human.
Yeah. So after every encounter, or after, let's be specific, every combat encounter. I don't think we want soldiers to be like, all right, we're in the Temple of Doom. We're figuring out these puzzles. God, I'm so tired. Fuck me. I'm just going to go to sleep. Like, I think we want it to be specifically when a soldier exerts themselves in combat. You take that. I have dropped way more F-bombs than I should. I'm so sorry.
You're fine, man. It doesn't matter. We're like, oh, man, we're 2 hours in.
We are, right?
Yeah, we are.
We're coming up on the end of the stream somehow.
Revive. I mean, we could keep going as long as you want.
Yeah, I'm totally down to keep going. Yeah.
So, I want to rename the abilities to like cool like pop culture references. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna name this one. They were the most human. That's gonna be.
I definitely know the. I know that feeling. There's a reason I have a lot of that in Legacy, because tongue in cheek, kind of fun. Especially at higher levels, it gets really entertaining. So I'm trying to think about like. I was also thinking about another thing we call the dust ability, the dust disadvantage of withdrawal. Instead of withdrawal, we could call it wasting.
Yeah, wasting would be a good one too.
Yeah, because it's not necessarily that it's like, oh man, I really need my hit of dust. It's more like using dust is artificially aging you. It is killing you.
Yeah. Every
time you use it.
I think they should also have another ability in that regard because they don't. Bardo, all your base are belong to Tough.
Hey Bardo, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. One of the folks, by the way, who's going to be in my home game of Legacy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, one of my oldest supporters. Love you, buddy. Good to have you on board. Welcome to the Chip Off the Block. we eventually get places.
We eventually start talking about stuff. Oh man, why do I have so many Discord messages? You people knows I'm streaming.
Oh boy, that's a big mood right there.
Wait, who is messaging me? Oh, okay.
Oh man, yeah, I got a bunch of them too.
Are you streaming again? Maybe.
What do you guys think?
Oh, one of my buddies is sending me tower rules, funnily enough. The new ones. Anyway, yeah, sorry. I'll look at those later. Sorry if you're watching,
great.
Adrian. Much love, man. We should give Knowles another ability, and I'm trying to think what exactly. I have an idea. I have an immediate idea.
What's that?
Dust Cloud. So they kick up dust, but there's a big downside. Everybody gets a -1 penalty to hit. Everybody, including enemies and allies.
Oh, that's awesome. So the idea literally of, like, so literally they use their power just to weaken everyone.
Yeah.
Just straight up, everyone tired, and everyone's like, oh God, why would you do that? Because they were going to stomp us if I didn't. Okay. Fine. Like, I actually really like that. Especially since for player characters, they can manage it. Because again, the bulk of enemies and adversaries in the system will not. Yes, tower rules.
They're finally getting the update they deserve.
Yeah, Bardo also might be looking for said rules. We'll talk about that off of stream, where I won't have to worry about. I won't have to worry about being press ganged on the high seas. To make a metaphor that gives everyone the right idea. So, but yeah, I like that because a player character can choose to put that like damage anywhere. They can literally just be like, so do we want to make it temporary, or do we want to make it just like a permanent? Everyone's tired. You're all gonna need to rest. Everyone. For an action.
I think there should be like once per combat they can use it, and then it just lasts until the end of the combat, unless there's some way that obviously improv is heavily encouraged, and even in combat, maybe somebody could find a way to kick the dust away and clear it, but nobody's carrying around an industrial-sized box fan, so I don't think we need to worry about that unless you have like, unless your enemy's named Fandus or something like that.
I like the idea. I like the idea of the mechanic for sure. How about we because like the idea of it being a literal dust cloud is actually kind of funny, and I love that. We could also like that could be one way of skinning it, but dust itself naturally wastes people. We could literally just make this a spreading of weakness.
Oh, so you're saying that this should be a timer?
Exactly. Like basically a so that really for me the thing is like just everyone the dust null's like, okay, this combat's getting too hot. Fine. Everyone suffer. And like just everyone becomes hurt just a little bit. Both sides just take damage as if they lost a round. So everybody takes a point of damage at the end. Maybe that's what it does. It's at the end of a round at the end of the round, both sides take 1 point of damage, regardless of the results of the in addition to the results of the round. So like where normally you would only take damage if you were the losing person in a round in either a strategic level or like a lethal level combat. Now it's just no, everybody does it. If we're in a fist fight and I really wanted to stop, everyone's in pain, and it's kind of just like it's sort of like somebody dropping a flash grenade. But it just happens that this is a flash grenade that makes you feel like someone kicked the crap out of you.
It's when you accidentally right-click instead of like left-clicking to throw. You just go, whoop, he's tossing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I literally like the idea of...
There's a CSGO reference, by the way.
Yeah. There's this DC character where his only power, his name is Vertigo, and his only power is to make people want to throw up. That's his only power. His only power is to give people intense vertigo.
That's a decent power, though.
It is. The problem is it's not targeted. It's broadband. So like he's literally like everyone within 20 feet puke now, and everyone's like, "Oh God, why?" And his allies are like, "Why did you do this? Why did we take you places, Vertigo? You're terrible." So like, I kind of like that though. It literally is kind of just like a giant pulse AOE, where everyone gets hurt. And if you're in a combat where like you're getting to, especially if you're like struggling to seal the deal, where you know your adversaries are on their last legs, then they'll just be like, "Fuck it, everyone loses a year of their life," and the other guy's like, "Oh God," and die, and your team is like, "Well, that hurt, but they sure as heck didn't like it worse than we did, so it worked." I think that could be a really powerful, like one of the only direct damage abilities in the entire game.
That's yeah, just like no matter what, it's gonna go off. Like, and it's gonna happen to everybody over and over again until somebody eventually concedes. Um, One thing I think might be interesting about that. Now this is interesting point to bring up because it would kind of make the null the target. What if the null doesn't take the damage?
Maybe.
What if the null
Like
doesn't take the damage and everybody
see,
around them takes it?
I could see that. However, I really do like the idea of gnolls getting their power from pain. Like the
That's
tethered get
true.
their power from above. Like, and so this is kind of the duality of magic we've been talking about in this setting for a while now. Is that there's really two forms of arcane in this world. There's magic, which comes from above, which is why it's on the edge of stars. Magic literally comes from the sky, comes from the stars where it's retreated to. And there's what magic is left over on the world after it's been used, the hardened stuff, which is dust. And that operates on a different scale. I think of it as like white mana and black mana in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Like, where like white mana just it gives. It costs a lot, but it gives. And that's kind of how the tethered are. Like their power is insane. It takes a lot of doing. Whereas anyone can technically become a dust null, technically, if they're really lucky or unlucky, depending on how
Yeah,
the
probably
world shakes
unlucky.
out.
I wouldn't want to be any of these things.
I agree wholeheartedly.
In
But then
real life.
again, the call to adventure is not for modern suburbia, in my opinion.
No.
Um, but yeah, like I agree. So like the idea of that is that dust only takes. It's light and dark from Destiny, where it's like
Yeah.
literally okay, the light gives, the dark takes. You there is no power in something freely given. It must be earned, and that's the rule of dust. The rule of dust is literally if you want power, you have to give up something to get it. Whereas
And
the
that would be
power,
damage. You have to
yeah,
give up your
exactly.
health.
Yeah, like the Dust Null has to hurt themselves to use their power in this instance. It's part and parcel of the mechanic.
Mm.
But ironically, a soldier, because again, we're intentionally leaving these things vague because we like these interactions. A soldier can burn luck or can elect to take damage on behalf of someone else in addition to their own. And I like the idea that the soldier might cushion the null from their own damage. Or might be like, no, tethered, don't take this wave of damage and just get a double dose of it. Very much like the dude who had to close the door on the Chernobyl reactor. Like that, whoever that dude was, that action cost him most dearly, I am sure.
Yeah,
Same sort of deal.
he's probably dead. There's
Oh,
no way he isn't dead.
100% dead. Anyone who was in that room is dead. That's not controversial. Watch the HBO Chernobyl show. It's fantastic. Also, make sure you have a strong stomach. You're gonna need it. But yeah, like I like the idea of that it is an indiscriminate pulse. There are other things that can interact with it, but the base mechanic of it is everyone take damage. Everyone take damage. It is its own downside, mechanically speaking.
Yeah. I'm
But the
trying to think here. I think we have Null done. We have 3 abilities for them. We have Soldier done. We have 3 abilities for them as well. Now
yeah,
tethered, but I want to put in our tables while we're thinking about it. we want to put in success tables, so we measure how success is done. We'll put that in the basics, I think.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
actually in the that's actually in the core Caltrop core rules.
Yeah, so we'll
And
we'll just put it in here again, just
yeah,
for
we'll just borrow
brevity's.
it like straight up. There's no
Yeah.
need to change it. It's fine. It works
Yeah,
great.
we are making a game that's derivative of it, so why the hell not?
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We're just putting we're building a carriage around the axle. That's all.
Exactly. So,
Um,
did they do a table for that?
they did, yeah. I'll pull that up right now if I can.
Just tell me what the dimensions of the table is, and I'll definitely just.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me just open it up first. It's gotta be in here.
I want to say it's 3x5 or 2x5.
It's 2x4 because everything is down to 4s. Remember?
Yeah, I just had to put the title things at the top, like.
Oh yeah, yeah. If that's the case, then it would be a it'd be a 2x5.
2x5.
2x5 on the top one, you can just merge together. Because I like the idea that we for the fifth ability is the fifth ability is specific to the mage, so we'll have that level only on the mage one. Like you have a fifth level of success that only you can access. This is what it entails.
Did you send me the text?
No, I'm still digging it out because
Okay.
I'm a dingus.
You're good, man. You're good.
Yeah.
You're
I just like the word
dingus.
dingus. I like to throw it at myself occasionally because I find it.
One of my favorite cards in Magic the Gathering is Dingus Egg. I'm
There's a
not.
card?
There is a card called Dingus Egg. If you don't believe me, look it up right now, folks in the audience. Look it up. It's real. I swear to God, it does damage when you play a land. I think does
What's
2
the spell
damage.
called?
Dingus Egg. It's an artifact.
Oh my god! I'm so happy.
I think it's an Ankh of Mishra.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Oh god. It's also 8. That is hilarious. I love that. Whenever a land is put into a graveyard from play, the Dingus Egg deals 2 damage to the land's controller.
Oh, graveyard. Okay, so it awards land destruction. My bad. So it's kind of
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it's like an Ankh of
Legend
Mishra, but
has
it's
it that the world was hatched from a dingus egg. Okay.
hell yeah.
I love that though. It's great.
My favorite thing about Ankh of Mishra is something that's always confused me about it. It's just like, why is the art this? The artist thought the card name was Ark, or Ark of Mishra, not Ankh. So they made a big boat.
This is why it's important to communicate clearly with your artists, folks.
I think the
They will
early Ankh of
totally
Mishra from like the early editions of the game is an Ankh. I think they
Yeah.
just did art of it and it was just like, here's an Ark.
But the design team either fell asleep or some poor guy who sent the design team the memo
They just
really
said,
should have
"Screw it."
double checked the spell check. Yeah. It is very fair. So okay. Let's see if I can find it. That's the points. There it is, yeah. So I actually have it open over here if it will show me. Why does it keep disappearing? I don't understand. Here it is. It's in its own separate thing. Okay, so D4 result. The first one is an absolute failure. You don't get what you want, and things get a lot worse. End quote. I love that so much, by the way. Number 2 is partial failure. You don't get what you want. Number 3, partial success. You get what you want, but things get complicated. I think we can just we can like reduce that to like, but there's a catch. I think is fine for partial success. And then absolute success is number 4. You get what you want and more.
Yeah.
I think we can just say like, because absolute failure, absolute success. I think we can just call it clear failure and clear success, and resolve absolute success for the 5, and then have absolute failure be represented by malfunction specific to like the class skills, because that's real absolute failure. Like if you roll a 1 on body, mind, or will, then man, that sucks, but like that's the end of it. If you roll a 1 on like the highest you get on your roll of a class ability is 1, then you might have actually just killed yourself. Straight up. You literally might have just you might have just mistakes were made. Let's use the Call of Duty term here. Mistakes would definitely have been made.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Yeah. Terrorists win.
Terror, go.
Flashbang. Yeah, no, it's I didn't play a bunch of I didn't play all those games when I was a kid. I didn't play Counter-Strike endlessly with my friends every Wednesday when we were at computer clubs saying we were learning about computers.
No,
that wasn't Unreal Tournament hours at all.
You're there to play Counter-Strike, let's be completely honest.
We were there for Counter-Strike and Unreal Tournament, let's be real. And StarCraft, because that was sick as heck.
Oh, StarCraft. Never got into it, honestly.
Nowadays, don't. Back then, it was great. Also, back then, it had a mechanic where you could actually make spawn copies of the discs. So, the opposite of what they do now. They used to have it where you could take your game disc, put it in your PC, and once you've uploaded it onto the PC, you could put a blank CD-ROM in there. And through the game's client itself, it told you can make a spawn copy of this game to share with your friends so that you can play multiplayer together. It didn't include the single player, but it let you play multiplayer for free with your friends.
That's really cool, man. Blizzard's changed a lot, huh?
Right? Seriously. It's almost like the gaming industry has gone downhill or something. I mean, beating a dead horse? What? So...
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I love what pieces of shit people are in the game industry.
There's some things we can easily zing on this all day.
Yeah, we shouldn't.
Yeah, EA and Activision are easy targets. There's no challenge there. Let's
so is Riot.
Yeah, exactly.
That being said, Riot did pay their dues, though it shouldn't have happened to begin with.
Yeah,
they paid their dues, so I'll give them that. They paid $100 million.
Yeah, I will say this, and I will leave this topic here. The only thing you can do is atone for past mistakes and try not to repeat them in the future. You can't prevent them from ever having happened.
Amen.
So, if you're trying to do what's right, and you're genuinely putting out that energy, you're given what for, good for you. It's the reason I like Bungie nowadays. They had some bad problems back in the day, like every gaming company, but right now they are really trying. And say what you will about their games or about the method by which they might market them, but at least their internal culture seems to be a lot less toxic than it used to be.
True.
Or at least they're working on it.
I'm not gonna do anything with Blizzard at all anymore.
Oh no, I'm 100% there with you, buddy.
Don't play WoW, don't play Overwatch. I completely quit Hearthstone. Yeah, I'm not ever gonna patronize any other things again unless they get Bobby Kotick out of there and they unionize.
No, I feel that, buddy.
Unionize the game industry.
just unionize. I'm just gonna put this out there. If anyone out there finds that controversial, that
don't watch
you
the
might
stream.
Want to negotiate with your bosses on even footing without them literally treating you like a serf in a medieval era, I'm sorry. That's exactly why we need it. Yep. I work in Florida. I know what it's like, folks. It's not good. It's not good. Stop idolizing it, please. Anyway, so that weird political detour there. Talking about everything.
I got our level of success table set up, so
perfect.
I put that under the basics.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Looks good. Yeah, absolute failure, partial success. I think we just call it like failure and success, or like, let's use the word clear failure and clear success for these two, so we can differentiate absolute success, but still indicate like this is the whole success or this is the whole failure. And then absolute success, we can literally just be like, we don't even necessarily need it on that page because the only people who can do it are tethered. And just be like,
there could probably be
because no one else can. The only thing they can ever do is add dice, reduce incoming results on dice, or re-roll dice. The only person who can add buffs to themselves is the tether.
Nara said he's popping in for a bit to say hi. Glad to see we're dunking on the toxic AF. I fucking hate Blizzard. I'll just be the first to say it. I spent so many hours in their games, and then I found out that half of the people that I thought were really great people were sexual predators. Yeah, no.
Yikes! Yeah, that's rough.
Ooh, yeah,
Yikes.
fuck Jeff Kaplan.
Yeah, that's rough. Also, Bardo, hey, you know, it's wink, wink. Remember the way I mentioned I was going to run a game for you guys before you go back to the UK, and you have two options, and one's Mouse Guard, and the other is the thing I'm working on. That thing I sent you, wink, wink. That thing.
Is this the thing?
This is the thing. I can't blink more without looking like I have, like I'm having a seizure. But are you getting it? Are you getting it, guys? Okay. Anyway,
Are you talking about
yes.
the Big L? Are you talk? That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing to call your
No, let's not
game.
call it the Big L.
It's
I
probably
think I would guarantee that we'll lose the Caltrop core.
no. I'm talking
for the game.
about. I'm talking about Legacy. The Big L.
Oh no, 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 no.
I'm not. I'm not calling. I'm not calling Caltrip.
Hey guys, we're here with our Caltrop core game jam. The Big L. What do we do? Not win, that's for sure.
L so big had to step off the L train. Oh.
No, I'm working on the Legacy demo. I am hoping, but you know, there's a lot of work, guys, and life ain't been easy. This, on the other hand, is going very quickly because the scope of it is intentionally narrow, and we have to do this in 1 week. I have a gun to my metaphorical head here. So
we have 2 days.
yes.
So we're doing it tonight.
Oh god, yeah, I'm gonna be drawing so much tomorrow during stream.
I'll do some drawing with you, man.
That's good.
Definitely for sure.
And then I'm
Also,
gonna be doing all sorts of stuff on Friday, all sorts of cranking this out in Publisher, which is actually not gonna be too hard. Like, this should be pretty straightforward.
I hope not. I hope I'm not like dumping a metric shit ton of work on you, but
Actually not gonna be too hard. The biggest issue I have with publishing Legacy is that I'm both editing, writing, and publishing all at once.
right.
Because I'm a studio of one. But in a studio of two, we're doing all the hard work right here now.
Yeah.
So I'm good with that. I'm just literally gonna have to make a bubble and post and make sure it looks decent, and that's easy.
Poppy, do you want to get on
here,
camera? You want to get on camera? You want to say hello to everybody? Say hello, Gremlin child.
Hey, adorable.
She's a
Little wave
gremlin.
high. So cute. Adorable.
She has a little.
Thankfully, I don't work tomorrow.
Swiffer
But I
mouth.
think if anyone wants to, I should be able to pop in and say hi. Awesome.
Oh, right
It's
on.
gonna be great. Such a cute one. I love.
She looks so dead. Are you okay? what, did you hear that little noise she made?
I did. That was cute.
Ooh.
Aw.
Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? Do you want me to put you back down?
You know, that is a big mood right there.
Put you down, baby. She's been making funny noises lately.
I mean, that's a big mood though. I'm also sharing my screen right now, so you can see the picture. I hope I didn't just mess up our cameras super hard.
Oh, you did.
But yes, this is the tethered I'm working on at the moment. So hopefully that will pop in more.
Let's see. Let's see if there's a
I
way
can
do
actually,
that.
you know what? Hold on. I'll just screen print and I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, screen print on that.
Okay. We're not constantly rearranging the cameras. Because wow, I just mangled that. I'm so I
No,
can
you're good.
see my menus have replaced us. Yikes.
I'm gonna let my dog out, so if you want to send that to me while I'm doing that, that'd be great. Man.
And I shall play the part of the dancing monkey until you return. Take
right
your
on,
time. All right, so everyone out there, what are you all up to today? How goes your day? How has it been, my friends? Mine has been interesting, but you've already heard plenty about it. So, yeah. Honestly, I really can't complain. Truth be told, it has been a very interesting week. For those of you who don't know what's been going on, I've actually been dealing with a lot of stuff lately, including my grandmother in the hospital. I do want to let everyone know, because it was a thing, Grandma is home, safe and sound. Thankfully, she is making a swift recovery. So, good news. Finally, it has been rough, and I'm finally come out on the other end. So, for those of you who've been worried after seeing some posts I've made or that kind of thing, we're good. Finally. Barring any more catastrophes. 2021 is about to die. I'm so ready for it. So yeah. Um, so you want to know what I did? You sure you don't know? I know, Bardo. I know. But say it anyway for everybody. Yeah. Okay. You know what I mean. I'm just joking. This over here in the downloads. Let's see. Tethered. Pulley up. Bam. Okay. And crud, I didn't export it. All right, we'll do it that way. Glad she's all right. Me too. Honestly, it's been an interesting time, but I'm glad it's done. So, and I'ma just send this over to our friend Red, while Red be walking the doggo, and see if this works. As I read your comments and see what's going on. Resting after a very busy day of work. Usually busy enough I earn more than usual. That's great to hear. I'm glad. I'm glad that you actually got a little more from it than usual. That's good to hear. Hunting for 140k stuff with someone called the last Omnitech today. He was a pretty cool dude. Maybe check him out. That doesn't count. That doesn't count as a shameless plug because I didn't make it. You all saw that wasn't me. Yeah. It was a fun time though, Bardo. I'm glad. All right, that should work. I can just close that. And hopefully that'll work now. And miracle of miracles, it works. So for those of you who are just tuning in or who have never heard of this project before, what have you, I'm going to just take this time to give us a super short summary. Try not to drag it out too far. So the general gist of it goes as such. We are writing a tabletop role-playing game for a game setting called Aeus on the Edge of Stars, and the general gist of it is post-apocalypse after magical/technological apocalypse, and you live in the wasteland afterward. Magic comes from the stars, or from the solidified fossilized remains of it on the ground, or you just don't use it and you hope you survive. It's a rough and tumble world. Super, I would say, low fantasy, but it's fun for that reason. And Red is back.
Yes.
And that picture should be in your inbox, and I no longer have to stretch.
I have it pulled up on stream, actually.
You are muted, by the way.
Oh, no.
Just so
You know, it's funny. I wasn't muted for the stream because I forgot to mute my stream mic, but I was muted on Discord. I did pull up the tethered.
Only now. You're good.
I did pull up the tethered on the stream, so folks should be able to see that. I really like the design you got, like the marble arm sort of like breaking apart. Yeah, that's really cool. They're craggy sort of look. I really like that.
That may or may not be the I guess character tethered I've been working on, the Glazier, the Glassmaker. I do like the idea that as tethered get more powerful, their power takes a very literal toll and begins to consume them. So I like the idea that this person's power is literally turning them to glass, like from the extremities inward. So
that's such a great, cool, creepy concept, though.
That is exactly the hope. Like, and I like that for everyone else. There's two other ones I'm going to do, which is the Chronomancer is what I'm basically calling them now, but there's a better term I'm going to use. And that one, I like the idea that they're like their extremities are kind of aging, like they're necrotizing at the tips, but they're getting literally visibly older down their arms. Like they have long black hair that turns to stark white at the end. And the Crucible, which was your character idea, who I literally just love the idea that they are just fully engulfed in flames. They are Human Torch, but not the fun way. In the, oh wow, that doesn't look like it's fun kind of way. Maybe not like endlessly in pain, like actually on fire kind of pain, but this person looks like they're more carved out of molten lava now, with an obvious corona of heat, or at least like from the extremities inward. So I just love that. That's just a really cool vibe. I like the I am made of magic. Oh god, I'm made of magic. This is not good.
Nara said, as I was driving home, saw some lightning strikes that were bright enough to turn night into a very, very cloudy day for a split second. Where are you at? Because like there is some bad weather in the Midwest, and kind of eastern Midwest, sort of south. Didn't see the lightning, just the brightness in the sky caused by.
I believe it.
That's creepy.
I believe it. That's actually one of the scariest things a lot of people don't know can happen with a lightning strike. Is you can have lightning that never touches the ground,
Yeah,
and I have seen lateral lightning before, and
it's
wow, it
weird.
freaks you out. The terrifying thing is if it's anywhere near you, it feels like you might get struck because the whole sky just becomes electric. It's literally just horrifying. You're like, I need to be anywhere but outside. It's a great reminder to not be outside during a lightning storm when the entire sky briefly turns to electricity in front of you.
Eastern
You're like, no,
Tennessee. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I heard Tennessee's getting some bad weather right now from a
yeah.
mood of mine that lives in Tennessee.
Glad you're home, safe and sound. Glad you're taking it easy. Kicking back, relaxing, not being struck by lightning. Always good way to start your evening.
Yeah, let's not get struck by lightning, preferably.
Unless it's in a tabletop game, then it's fun.
I guess.
I mean, for somebody, someone's having fun when that happens in a tabletop game.
Where is the crit table that you? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah,
Okay.
like the absolute success, the only person who can get that is the tethered. So that's kind of one of their perks is they gain +1 to their rolls, with the exception of they gain +1 to their rolls. It will not stop malfunction, I think is how we should clarify it. So like the lowest you can roll on a die with that is 2, but if you roll multiple natural ones or all your dice rolls natural ones, then you still malfunction. That's just going to happen. It doesn't stop you from that. It doesn't natively modify the die. It's natural ones that trigger a malfunction. But as a result, they also have access to a tier of success no one else can access. Because again, they're the only ones who get a +1.
Yeah.
Which also is terrifying too, because that actually does mean, theoretically, yeah, actually no, not theoretically, absolutely, the tethered are the only character class in the game that can drop someone in one attack, because damage in a lethal encounter is determined by the difference between rolls. So if I roll a 1 and someone else rolls a 4, the difference between those is 3 damage, and the loser takes 3 damage plus whatever happens at the end of the round. So a tethered can totally just do 4 damage in one round by rolling a 5 and the other person rolling a 1. And they just drop like a sack of potatoes before you even consider what the round does. That's nuts.
Yeah.
I'm down with it though. It's not like they don't pay for it by literally self-destructing super hard when they get their malfunctions. So that works.
What was your idea for using something to your advantage on a critical failure, but you roll a 43 to 44 on a D44?
Oh yeah. So okay. So when you have when you malfunction, you roll a D44, which is, for those of you out there who are unfamiliar with the D44 or any like the D100 style dice systems, you take 1 as a tens place and 1 as a ones place. And I'll just open it up now. Let me just take a peek. Let's see. Okay. And also, for the record, I don't think you do, Bardo, in response to your message online. I won't say more than that. Here we go. So, it should be... There we go. Here it is. All right, so the table is the following. I'm actually just going to copy the whole dang thing, put the text directly in the document.
Sounds good. And I can whittle it out from there, honestly.
Yep. Okay. So, bam. It is in weird gray Discord text, which I will fix now. There we go.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, it's fine. I think I got it figured out. I actually put the table right above that, if you see it.
Yeah, you did. I do see that. It looks good to me.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
I like that the most, honestly.
It is really good.
You instantaneously die horribly.
Horribly. There is no pleasant death in this setting. You dead, it's not going to be fun.
Are we saying that, so what's a natural... A clear failure is just like... You roll a 1, but I think that's fine.
So
Honestly, just like
yeah,
if
so the
if
idea
your highest roll is a 1, I think that should
exactly
be.
because that's the way the mechanic works. So you roll a bunch of d4s, you take the highest roll. Unless you're struggling, which by the way is what happens if you have any statistic or any attribute, it drops down to 0 and you have to use it. We have a way to use it. It's called struggling, and that's where you roll 2d4s and you take the lowest of the two,
Yeah,
which
we
feels
put
bad.
that somewhere on here, right?
Yeah,
Where did we
I
put
think it's
that?
towards the top.
Oh
The
no,
general just
it's above statistics.
okay.
All stats start
We'll
at
have
one
to.
point. If something would cause hit points in the stat to become 0, any rolls in that stat become a struggle. And when struggling, you roll 2d4 and take the lower of the two. Yeah, okay.
There you go. Perfect. I knew we had it somewhere. So the difference between a clear failure and a malfunction is a clear failure on your class ability is a malfunction.
Right.
That's because at that point, whatever you've rolled, the highest is 1. And it specifically needs to be natural because there are ways to. Actually, are there any ways to negatively modify the numbers of a dice? I don't think we've included that yet.
No, we haven't.
Okay, that's fine. So that's the case, then we can just have it where it's just ones, as long as we're not adding actual negative modifiers to other people. I feel like the dust null's ability to just delete someone's dice is already quite good at debuffing as it is.
I think that's fine. I don't think we should touch it.
Yeah.
I think taking away a
So
dice is actually weaker than giving them a penalty to their entire roll. So.
I mean, yeah, because that limits the highest thing they can get. But at the same time, that's not necessarily like I personally like just the idea of going like I strategically remove 1 die because that can save your life, or hurt it a lot. Oh god, that means that a dust null could potentially make someone else malfunction. That's super cool. I love that. Just be like, oh, you have a 1 and a 2. You mean you have a 1?
That's mean.
I hope you die.
I'm trying to. Oh, what do we need to do? We need to make enemies. We need to sort of put the.
Yeah. I mean, we can keep it simple. All we need for your basic enemy in this game is just 4 stats because the average enemy won't have access to a pool of luck, so it doesn't matter because that's for players. And I imagine like maybe we might want I don't even think we want the DM to have access to luck. There's no need. It's that
Oh,
old adage.
how much damage
Mhm.
does a straight up attack do? That's something that we haven't done at all.
So the
Just a
way that
d4?
no, actually, the way that it works, it depends on the type of encounter, was what we decided.
Hmm.
So if you're in a non-lethal encounter, then attacks themselves do no damage. You only take damage at the end of the round by whichever side lost. So basically, you decide when you do your little rock paper scissors individually. Okay, let's say there's 3 members of a party, so that's 3 separate roll-offs. Whichever side won more roll-offs, they're the ones who go. The other side takes 1 point of damage. They do 1 point of damage to the other side. But in non-lethal, you just lose at the end of that. There's no damage dealt because no one's really trying to kill each other. Just trying to bloody each other a little bit.
Okay, so we'll put that underneath combat as like levels of combat.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it because I know I put it somewhere in the chat.
We also I want to do levels of roleplay and rewarding players for roleplaying correctly, and I think rewarding players for roleplaying would be as simple as giving them an extra die to their rolls
Yeah,
when trying
I
to
like that.
convince
Or
to do
even
something.
letting them heal an attribute point or something.
That could be interesting too, yeah.
Just like hey, you get a little resurgence from being so cool. I want to see if I can't put it. Okay, here we go. Levels of combat. I got you. Bam. And again, going in there to fix the weird Discord script because Discord loves gray. My Discord loves gray. Here we go. So the 3 levels: strategic, non-lethal, strategic, and to the death. Non-lethal, no more than 1 damage to the loser of a round, barring terrible malfunctions. It only lasts 1 round, so at the end of 1 round, one side's going to lose 1 point of damage, or is going to take 1 point of damage to their attributes, and that's the end of the fight. You're done. because you fist fight. No one's trying to kill each other or break each other's necks. Strategic, which is where you actually have an objective in mind, and it's kind of like a tug of war between rounds to see who gets more successes than the other to a certain point. Again, like Inscription, if anyone's ever played that, your goal is to push it over a certain threshold, and at that point, you take damage is limited to the end of the round, and there's a fixed number of rounds. So I like the idea of there being damage for the person who loses a round in strategic combat, but it's just one.
Yeah.
Again, because the goal isn't killing the other person. The goal is achieve another objective. Harming others is kind of not the focus. You're just trying to drive them off, usually. And then finally, the last one is to the death, which is exactly what it sounds like. And damage is resolved for each attack at the end of the round, and it's equivalent to the difference between rolls. So if I roll a 4 for my attack and someone rolls a 1, the loser takes 3 points of damage because that is the difference between those rolls.
Okay. So the damage dealt is literally just the difference between success and failure.
Exactly.
Okay.
And at the end of the round, the losing side also takes 1 point of damage in addition to that. So there's an overall basically your one side is being whittled away no matter what the individual results are. I think we should clarify that if there's the draw, everyone takes a point of damage. Both sides suffer it.
Yeah.
Because if there's a draw, it's not like it's, oh, we're all fine. It's, no, you're trying to kill or hurt each other. No one's fine after this. The best thing you can hope for is to do more damage to someone else than you relatively take. But if there's a draw, it's probably because you're both beating up on each other equally hard.
Let's see. So we're sort of like, if one side has more successes than the other, they take an additional point of damage.
Exactly.
Okay.
At the end of every round of combat, one side is going to take a point of damage on every participating member. The question is which side it is. And if it's a draw, it's everybody. Everybody just takes a blast of one point of damage because it's assumed no one has an advantage and everyone's kind of pressing themselves harder to succeed. Because damage is wow, why am I so hiccupy now? Damage is abstract in this system. We're not differentiating between exertion and or like fatigue or actual like damage, physical damage, or just like discomfort or fear. It's all the same. Like, it's just you lose a point of an attribute. You choose which one, and that's how you skin what the damage is. If I take a point on body, I'm physically injured. If I take a point on mind, I'm psychologically injured. And if I take a point on what was the other one? It's body, mind, will. If I take a point of will, then my morale is damaged. I'm emotionally injured, as it were. And then you have the special abilities where it's just like, oh, it's a different kind of injury, but it's still practical. Like, I like the idea of training injury being like literal shell shock. Like, I'm getting too old for this shiz kind of deal.
Yeah.
So
damage isn't directly dealt through the weapons. Weapons don't have any damage statistics. It's literally just like an arbitrary sort of measure of disparity in success and failure. So if somebody rolled a 3 and another person rolled a 3, no damage is dealt?
Exactly, it's a draw.
And draws result in 1 damage at the end of the round if there's enough draws or an equal level of successes and failures.
Yeah, exactly. So in this instance, and again, it depends on what it is. So if it's non-lethal, then no one takes damage from their attacks no matter what. You're just deciding who won on the whole. And then that determines who takes the 1 point of damage and ends the combat. Before someone comes in and, cracks a whip at everybody who's fighting in the bar, metaphorically. In strategic, the damage is limited to 1 regardless of the roll. To the death is where you get that distinction between what the rolls are. And that's where fighting becomes really dangerous because you are trying to kill someone objectively. You're no longer fighting for a strategic advantage. You're primary goal is removing the other person.
Right. So we do need to put in this rule, in these rules, how combat works. So
Yeah.
both sides determine their actions, determine the outcomes of the actions, end of the round, determine who had the most failures, who had the most successes. Whoever had the most failures takes an additional point of damage. Repeat.
Exactly.
Okay. What's the easiest way to describe that down? You put it pretty well, but it was a little loose the way you put it. Let me see if I can find it here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to right now. Here we go. Players, GMs choose actions, choose their activation order. Player, GM go one at a time, 1v1 resolving contested dice rolls. Results are resolved with each individual contested roll moving the needle a little, which again, the needle only applies specifically for the strategic encounter. If no side is crossed the
I think
threshold,
we can just like
yeah,
ixnay
we
the
can cut the
needle
needle
for
out
this.
entirely.
Yeah, because
It's
that's
like, yeah,
we can bring that concept back for a full game. But
yeah, I agree. So this basically means that combat is reduced to non-lethal and to the death. We just remove the strategic one.
yeah, so we'll get rid of strategic.
There's only 2 settings in combat in this game. What was the phrase that they used in there was 2 phrases. Yeah. In World of Darkness, they have a way to describe combat. They're like, is it non-lethal or lethal? And they're like, the difference is between a bar stomping and a shit kicking. A bar stomping, you're just here to beat each other up a little bit. A shit kicking, you're trying to beat someone so hard they defecate themselves. One of these 2 is not like the other. One of these 2 ends with someone in a hospital. The other one ends with someone in their garage with a beer on their head. Or like a thing of frozen peas. And that's kind of the distinction I feel here.
I'm just trying to think about like how we could word this. So we have levels of combat. So very first thing we should do is combat at the very start is be like how combat is ordered. So
exactly. That we declare it. So declare the nature of combat. Non-lethal or fight for your life. So that would be like step 1. Is GM and players describe the type of combat.
yeah.
And I think it's on the players almost to describe really like it's a between the players and the GM, right?
Yeah.
So if the players go in there and they're like, we're not really here to kill anybody, we're just here to sort of knock some heads and take stuff. Okay, then that's a non-lethal combat. If the DM responds, or the GM responds and is like, well, the guards there armed with guns will absolutely kill you and are definitely shooting to kill you, then it goes from a non-lethal to a fight for your life.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's kind of I feel like it's a players and GM decide, I think is important. Like players describe to the GM what they want. The GM decides whether it'll be non-lethal or a fight for your life.
Okay, so step 1 is to determine the nature. What did we put that down as? Level of combat?
Determine the level of combat. I almost feel like we could call it a danger level.
I was also going to be like, determine the nature of combat, but I think level of combat's fine. Let's not overcomplicate. So step 2 would be characters determine.
Where is this?
It's underneath actions in combat.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, I see it. Yeah. Again, in case anyone absolutely needed to know whether we are really working on this in front of you, yes, we are actively working on the document in front.
We are almost done. We need to put down the combat rules, which we have most of already. We just need to put down the order of combat, and that'll be it. Do we really need to put a long explanation that everything happens at once? I don't think we do.
I think all we need to clarify is that damage is resolved at the
At the
end.
very end, yeah.
Yeah, just keep it simple. All damage happens at the end, or all damage is resolved at the end. So if you're in a lethal combat encounter, the individual damage that you would take from your fight, plus the damage from the end of the round, all happen at once at the end. But yeah, just resolve all damage during the ends. We'll call it the end step. We'll literally just straight up lift something like that. That might as well work.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well.
Yeah, it's like we have the top of at the top of combat. So it'd be determine lethality. Then the next step would be players and GMs select their actions individually. Or how about this? Players and GMs choose their actions in secret. Because I do like the idea, again, of a very Texas Hold'em style, like...
Yeah, this is very, like, poker-esque.
Yeah, exactly. Players and GM then choose their activation order. Because, again, this is really up to the players. There's no initiative in this game, in the strictest sense. Again, everything resolves at once. The order which things happen is determined by the players. Because, in my opinion, so here's my hottest take on tabletop role playing. Get ready, folks. I think initiative is usually garbage.
Yeah.
And the simple reason for it is this: people will wait to act in concert when it best benefits them. I might be faster on the draw than my buddy next to me, but I'm not going to, because I'm faster on the draw, run in front of someone with a bulletproof shield when we're in the middle of a firefight because I got to move first. That doesn't make sense. I'll wait for the guy with my protection to go ahead of me, and I will then follow behind them and strike when it's most opportune. And so I like the idea, at least in an abstract system like this, just let the players choose. Just one less role to micromanage, one less thing. Let them decide, and they can decide as they go through. So maybe don't even decide their activation order. Decide the player and GM choose one character each to act. How about that? So that way, the players can sort of riff it off each other. Like one person can go first, and the GM can go, and they can, depending on how that acts, the next person can decide if they want it.
I think that might be.
We want to do it all at once.
I think it would be fine if we just let the characters, like the player characters, determine their actions, and then, yeah, I think it just happens all at the same time. But that said, the difficult thing in that is that the GM could literally just play to counter them. So I think what would happen is that
I think the GM needs to choose in advance.
You're saying that the GM chooses their actions first.
Yeah, well, okay. I think both players need to decide their actions, and I think the players never reveal their action until they do it. So they would write it down on a piece of paper or something as part of the rule. So like, okay, players and GM choose what their action is. Entertainingly, I like this. We can include the Caltrop core system in this even more. Players choose what their action is by using a D4 to represent which of their abilities they will use. 1 is body, 2 is mind, 3 is will, 4 is class ability. They take the die, choose a side, and conceal it beneath their hand. When it's their turn to act, they reveal it. The GM has to do the same thing. So no side knows what they're dropping until they do it at the same time. Literally Texas Hold'em style rules or poker style rules. You don't see someone's hand until you call it.
So how would we do like special actions in that regard then?
We just don't have them be actions. They're just things that you can do during combat. They don't require an action economy.
They just happen.
They're not part of your role. They're just a thing you do.
Okay.
So you can do the jump in front of somebody to take their damage thing once per round. can modify someone's dice roll once per round. It's not an action. It's because there's technically no actions. It's just attacks in this. It's just attacks. And then everything else is just cool stuff you can do during a round. So that way we don't have to worry about the GM hearing what the players are planning. Because even the other players don't necessarily know what each other are planning. They have to be very abstract with each other, therefore, to not tip the GM off. Be like, hey guys, I want to go next. I have a plan, or I have a cool thing I want to do. So that the GM doesn't, counter them. We could also have it where the GM has to choose the order in which they declare their actions. So when players choose who acts, the GM has to choose all their actions at once. We can just make that a special GM rule for like the GM section. During combat, when players determining their order, you have to determine it in advance.
I think
at the start of a round.
I think step 2 should also include players choose to activate their abilities here.
Some of them are reaction though.
Some of them are
Like-
reactions, so I'm trying to figure out how exactly to do that.
We could literally just have it be like everything is an instant in Magic.
That's
Just
fair.
like they just jump in when they're useful. Just be like, I'm going to use my ability to do this because most of those abilities have a downside anyway. So it's not like we need to worry about balancing it as it's too powerful. It's arbitrarily good. Like no, it's arbitrarily not. The only one that's arbitrarily good is the reroll one of your own dice thing, and that only applies to yourself. So, and that's the soldier ability, and it's kind of the point. So players can jump in at any time with their abilities. We can have that at the bottom, underneath the order of operations, and be like, players can resolve their abilities at any time during a round. I even think they could do it at the end during the end step. Because I like the idea of a soldier throwing themselves in front of someone else to take end of round damage or something like that. I don't want to prevent people from doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, soldiers don't have anything that says like they can only do it as an action, so yeah, they're completely reaction based.
So far, nobody has. I think the null ability is just they do it. We don't have anything still for the mage, like for their big ability.
Yeah,
I remember. Then again, the fact that they just have a thermonuclear chance of super success, I think, is pretty amazing already.
true. It's strong, but I don't think it's too
strong enough quite yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I have an idea, but we'll get to that after we resolve this, so we can all do it well. Are we just going to keep going until we have the whole system completely solidified? There's not much left, I think.
There's not much left, yeah. We just need to... we have how combat works. I definitely want to put something down and say that abilities can be used at any point in combat.
Oh. And we should probably both hash out what the Tethered's abilities are beforehand.
Yeah.
I can craft the NPCs off stream. I'm not too worried about that.
Okay. Just basic NPCs, probably something like a bandit, which would have like maybe 2 points to spend amongst things.
They literally just have 4 attack. They just have 4 stats. Really not that hard. Just 1 to 4 things, depending on what they are. Keep things easy. And then for, again, bosses are literally just player character design style characters. They don't have access to luck, but everything else is identical.
Where should I put the thing about classes like abilities can be used at any point during combat? Should I just put that in the combat stuff?
Just leave it as the just put it at the end. Just put abilities can be used at any point during combat.
I'll put that underneath order of combat. I think that'd be good.
Exactly. That's where we should put it. Like, just, abilities can be used. Unique character abilities can be used at any point during combat where they would be considered relevant. At any point during a round. We'll clarify. At any point during a round.
Good.
Since most of them specify you can only do it once per round or something. We can just clarify that.
That is good to me. I don't know why I'm worrying about formatting so much, considering you're gonna have to reformat this
That's
anyway.
gonna be my job in a little bit. My Friday's gonna be interesting, folks.
Let's see. So, blah, 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 classes. Okay. All right, folks. Guess what? You're going to help out. That's right. I know you've been sitting there listening like good little eggs, but guess what? You're helping now. You have no choice. You're being annexed into the AS army. What the hell should Tethered do? Other than, we have some ideas, rough ideas, that Tethered should be able to be the... Well, we did say that Tethered would be the only class to do AoE damage, but Null does that now. I think that's okay. I think that's a good kick for Null.
I definitely feel like it's the level of success is already pretty extreme.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry too much about like AoE damage because again, like the Tethered's job is just to deliver an insane amount of success.
When determining damage with Tethered, they should always do +1 damage if they succeed. They should always do 1 extra attribute damage when comparing
I think we
the
should
disparity.
do it even. That's not a bad idea. If you lose to a Tethered during combat, you take 1 extra point of damage.
Nara said no thoughts at empty. That's like
That's fair. That's a big mood. That is a huge mood. So I actually have an idea. I'm a little worried about that because damage is already resolved as the difference between 2 rolls, and the mage already gets +1 to their rolls.
Oh, so yeah, that would be the disparity anyway. Yeah, never mind.
And that's the general rule, by the way. Like that's not combat specific. That's for any time that they use magic.
Okay.
Which
so
is why in the wilderness they can roll a 5 and be like, "We need a bridge across the way." The soldier's like, "Maybe I can get a lasso across," and the dust guy's like, "Well, there's an old drawbridge. I could try to get it to working again." And the mage is like, "I just manufactured rocks out of what I think were air particles that make a perfect bridge, and I added a little spiral staircase on it because I was bored because I rolled a 5." They're like, "Oh, okay." Show off. And that's like I feel like that's the 5. Might be sneepy. I feel that. I get that. It's
Sneepy.
1104. So I feel like that's a base ability. I had an idea that just came to me.
Yes.
I like the idea of overcharging. That mages, again, they draw their power from the heavens like lightning down a lightning rod.
Yeah.
And under most circumstances, it's kind of out of their control. But in this instance, maybe what they can do is overcharge even more. And specifically for combat, I feel like this is a thing that we should consider. During combat, a mage can add a d4 to a roll that they make with magic. However, in exchange, so it'll be a d4, a d4 is additional amount of damage, or like 1 extra point of damage. Let's do it that way. We'll have it that they can stack an extra point of damage on top of the +1 damage, like we were talking about before, that they natively get. But doing so means that if they malfunction on a roll of 1 or 2.
Oh, Midlife Dices is here.
Dude, Midlife Dices!
Hey, how you doing, man?
Welcome.
We're
Good to
just
have you, buddy.
talking about rules. That's really fun, I know. Not like there's enough streams that do that already. Actually, I don't think there's a stream that makes a game live.
There's 1 or 2, I think, but they're not common.
Yeah, I don't think
That's
they're
not
common.
the average.
Annoyed with my CC game, need a break.
That's fair.
Totally
That's
understandable.
Yeah.
So let's simplify overcharging. What would that do statistically speaking?
So statistically speaking, it doesn't do anything except increase damage in combat. We can specify it's a combat damage thing.
Okay.
So my thought is that where the Dust Null has the AoE Bwam, where everyone just kind of gets weak, including your own side, we'll have it where the Tethered can do crazy burst damage to 1 target. but in exchange for doing it, mechanically speaking, they malfunction on a roll not of 1, but also of 2.
Oh.
So they need a clear, they need success. And that's the risk.
So
So
there's a thing there, if we think about it from a statistical standpoint. So everybody has 2 failures and 2 successes. So what this would create for them are 2 failures and 3 successes, or is it? No, it'd be 3 failures. So like, if you roll a 1 or 2.
So the way I'm thinking about it is, I'm
think.
going back to my wargaming career again. Every time I say that word, I fear we're going to lose a single viewer. So there's an old adage for armor saves in Warhammer, and it's how rerolls are factored in. And it's if you're rolling a die, a single d6, the odds of getting any one side are 1 in 6. The odds of getting a 4 up are 3 in 6. So about 1/2. Technically not 1/2, because you are equally likely to roll each side, but 3 of the results are beneficial. So a 3 and 6, so simplifying it, 50-50 for passing a 4 up. Getting a 3 up, where you get 3 or higher, is a 4 and 6, or a 2/3 chance. However, if you add a reroll in, if you have a rerollable 4 up, it is technically a higher result than a rolling a 3 up, because you would need to fail 1 50-50 and then re-roll it and then fail it again. So your likelihood of success is it's not exactly 75%, because that is not how statistics works, and statistics are a pain in the ass, but it's slightly higher than 2/3. It's closer to 3/4. So re-rolls will take an average roll and make them more powerful.
Right. So, but here's the question I have. So,
yeah,
let's just say, for the sake of things, unmodified rolls. So if you get an unmodified roll of 1 or 2 with a tether, specifically in combat, like we said, those are both absolute failures.
Yeah,
clear failures.
So, and again, that only applies if that is the highest roll you get in your dice pool. So you don't malfunction unless, let's say, for example,
so if you just get double 2s, you
exactly.
clear.
If you have a magic of 2, if you have a magic rating of 2 and you roll 2 1s, that's a malfunction. In this instance, you could roll 2 2s and it would still be a malfunction. But again, that's assuming you only have 1 or 2 of these stats. You could have 3 or even 4. And if that's the case, then the likelihood of that changes. Likewise, you can always burn your luck pool to add dice to that pool. To literally go like, okay, I'm going to take 1 luck token and just roll a die in that pool to add extra dice. So I can choose. It helps you modify it. So it does make it riskier. There is a higher chance of abject failure.
But you do more damage and you have more chance. You technically have a... If you roll a 4 and an enemy rolls a 4, you win.
You don't just win, you win big. Because if you roll a 4, as a tethered, you're already adding +1.
Yeah.
This lets you add a further +1. So you wouldn't just be doing 4 damage difference if you rolled a 4 versus someone else rolling a 1.
So the lowest roll you could get as a tethered is a...
In this instance, if you're pushing, the lowest roll you can get, if you rolled a 1, you add 1 to it, and then you're overcharging, that becomes a 3. However, if you roll a 1, that's the highest roll you have on the dice mechanically, because again, we're going by natural dice. So you malfunction on natural 1s. In this case, when you overcharge, you also malfunction on natural 2s. So if the highest natural roll you have is a 2, you malfunction. But
that's a 2.
Yeah.
So technically a 3 after the +1. That would technically
be
a clear failure.
Exactly. The difference between a natural die and a modified die. Natural dice, in this case, you now malfunction on natural 1s and 2s. Whereas you would normally only malfunction on a natural 1 as your results.
So do you deal?
So,
So what do tethered get when they get a 5?
when they get a 5, if it's combat, the difference in damage escalates. So out of combat, it has no purpose, and overcharging is not a thing. This is only a combat ability. So it's literally just massive damage ramp on one target, where you can go balls in, and just be like, that dude needs to die. Okay, let me handle it. Blam, and you walk in there and absolutely wipe someone off the face of the earth. Cue the image of Wing Zero Buster rifling something.
So are you saying
From
that they
Gundam.
just insta kill something?
Potentially. Again, the difference is damage is the difference between combat. Is the difference between dice and combat. So in this case, the advantage is for overcharging, you add a further +1 onto the roll, in addition to the +1 you already have as a modifier. So that means that your highest result is no longer 5, it's 6 for the purposes of doing damage in combat. But the trade-off is you have a much higher chance of hurting yourself. And tethered already have they have a disadvantageous malfunction table.
Right. I don't think we need to do a +1 bonus to the die, because I feel like that might get a little. Okay, so here's my idea. Instead of adding a +1 bonus to the roll and achieving, just trying to think of a way to make this easier, just because like that it gets a little confusing when you start adding plus bonuses just to something as simple as d4s, and then you have to like calculate just like, oh, even if I did roll a 1 with the modifier, it doesn't count as a 2.
Well, it does, because again, that's why you specify natural.
Yeah, right, unmodified.
Exactly. Like that's why that's the reason why when you fail in D&D, natural 1 always misses. Natural 20 technically isn't supposed to always hit, but most GMs run it as a natural 20 always hits.
How about instead of just like, what if the damage is just doubled?
That'd be worse, I think, objectively. Because then you have the situation where the highest amount of damage that can be dealt then is 8 damage.
Yeah.
Because the difference between dice rolls, so like as it is, doing 5 points of damage is pretty extreme. So yeah. That's literally enough to completely cornhole someone's highest stat and make them struggle, and then ding another stat just for the lulz. It's pretty crazy, actually, when you think about it. And again, most NPCs don't have they don't have multiple, like, they don't have a health pool of multiple attributes.
Right, they just have like a few.
They just have a health bar.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well,
so like that just might freaking kill them.
Yeah, which would be fine, because there's like a lot of downsides to being a tethered, and I feel like one of the downsides should be every single time you use magic, you lose an attribute point.
That I feel is super brutal.
It's brutal, but I feel like it'd be better than clear failures being on 1 and 2. I feel like every time you use your magic, you should be killing a part of yourself rather than having a higher chance of failure. But
see, for me, that's that works. I feel like that's more of a dust thing, because the dust users, for them, it's very a masochistic source of power. It's very black mana style play.
I'll posture water check.
Oh yes, thank you.
Sure.
I'm gonna grab myself my water. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Naris. Much love.
Very soon, once we get affiliate, we can set that up for you with channel points.
We absolutely can. I'll figure out how to do that, I promise.
I will help you with it. It's really not that hard.
I appreciate you, brother.
No worries, buddy. So the only time that 1 and 2 happens with the malfunction would be if they're overcharged. Otherwise, they malfunction normally, like everyone else.
So you're saying that they only on an overcharge? Okay, so then
exactly.
that's different then. Okay, I was thinking
exactly. Yeah, no. It's
I was thinking just period.
That would
yeah,
suck. That'd be just objectively the worst. Like, why would you play tethered? Oh, I like Russian roulette. So yeah, no. No, I only for overcharging. That's the advantage. So if you choose to overcharge in combat for your roll with magic, what you're doing is instead of rolling your dice and adding +1 to the result, you add now +2, a +1 for just being tethered, and another +1 for overcharging.
Right.
So another, and then the downside of that, to balance it, to prevent the tethered from endlessly overcharging and killing everyone like in Halo multiplayer with the plasma pistol, is that you actually might just die, or there's a chance that you'll malfunction because you're using increasingly unstable magic. So you're literally, as opposed to using the steady stream of magic you get from the cosmos by being tethered, you're just kind of yanking it all down at once. You're grabbing the power cord with both hands and holding on tight, really hoping that you could shoot that at someone else and not
So
yourself.
for overcharge, I think what would be good for that is that instead of just being like you have to get a 6, like you have to roll a 4 to get a 6, I feel like we could just say like if you get a 5 or more. So you could get a 6, but there's the only difference is the 6 would just give you an additional damage if you're when you're measuring disparity.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
Okay.
It's only
so-
for combat, so it'll only ever apply in combat.
So this is what I
So-
put down. Before unleashing an attack, a tethered may decide to overcharge, granting an additional +1 bonus to a magic roll. When you get an unmodified roll of 1 or a 2, it is considered a clear failure. On an absolute success, 5 up on the roll, the target suffers... What? Is there anything the target suffers, or is it just you get extra damage, basically, in
Get
period?
extra damage.
Okay, that's
Literally
it.
just because mechanically it's the same thing, right?
Okay,
Like, you just-
that works then. I think that's fine.
Yeah, literally it's the same thing as just saying you just add +2 to the result of the roll. So as opposed to the +1, because the result would be that you get a 5 or a 6, which is either 4 damage or 5 damage, respectively, to a target, which is usually enough to drop your average person in one go.
Right.
Which would make fighting one of these guys as an NPC also hella terrifying.
It also
'cause they
makes...
Zan.
What's interesting about Tethered is they're weak in the regard that they should, like, pretty much dump everything into magic. So that would make them a
Right.
glass cannon, in the sense
Yeah.
that they want as many dice as possible. That's such an interesting way to artificially make a character a glass cannon, is, like, feel like they're compelled to put more into a stat. That might feel bad, but it doesn't for Tethered. It makes sense for
Yeah.
Tethered. Like,
And-
pretty much all they know is magic.
Yeah, that's literally what defines them. Society views them as magical abominations or as magical saviors, depending on which part of the world you're in, probably. Or in some cases, society is literally just ruled by them, because who's going to argue that the mage is making the tax code when you argue with him and he reduces you to constituent atoms out of mild frustration? So, like, why not lean into that? At the same time, you could also play it a different way and just go like, oh, well, it's definitely a thing someone's going to think about. Am I going to build a mage that's capable of safely overcharging? And if not, magic might just be like, oh, you know, it's a reliable roll that I use occasionally. I don't put everything into it. I'm not planning on overcharging it. It's just a trump roll if I really want to do something to someone and I'm kind of out of it. But my other stats are fine. And that's like more of an untethered kind of approach, I think.
I'm
As
gonna...
opposed to
How about we name that ability, My Cup Runneth Over?
my cup runneth over. I do like that. There's like another part of me that's like crossing the streams, but I think that would be a little too on the nose.
Yeah.
I like the idea of my cup runneth over is good, but it still sounds very it doesn't convey the risk to me.
I'm trying to think
Um,
of
The
what
super
would be
critical is the one that came to my mind.
super critical.
But that's, for the record, if anyone ever hears the words super critical over a PA system when they're visiting their local power plant, you might not want to be in that zip code anymore. Just a heads up.
I'm trying
Basic
to...
science know-how. Run.
I'm gonna look up term for overcharging something.
There's part of me that wonders if that term ever existed before Halo or others, or like Because yeah, I think before that it's something else. Synonym, yeah, overcharge synonym. Let's see. the Oxford Dictionary is going to charge someone too high a price for goods or a service. That's not quite what we're aiming for, Oxford. But nice
Swindle.
try. Gonna swindle you for 6 damage. The mage doesn't even try to kill you, just throws a sack of money at you and crushes you. Here we go. No. I guess it'd be overexert. Or exert, I think.
I like Cascade.
Cascade could work. Let's see. Like, because really what we're doing is we're saying they're straining themselves. They're pulling themselves to stretch off into the limit. Tighten, twist, weak, constrict, distend, overexert, overtax, overwork, pull, push. Wow. Guys, come on. Some of these aren't even close. Work very hard, endeavor, grind, labor. Honestly, there's part of me just likes push.
Push.
Just push. The mage pushes themselves. Simple about it. Like if you, because I do want to use like a more magical term, but then there's part of me that's like, I don't know, like, see what else we got.
One that comes to mind is something to do with umbilical.
Yeah. And I don't know many instances of baby flood with baby get too much umbilical cord. I'm not sure that's a thing. Don't tell me if that's a thing, chat. I don't want to know.
Baby, too much cord.
Let's see, strained or straining. How about that instead of that, straining? See synonyms also for straining. An impatient, as in reaching, pushing. Exerting? I have a feeling this is one of those sad ones that that Thesaurus ain't gonna be helpful on this one.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I've been looking at stuff that I've been thinking would be appropriate, and I'm not finding anything at all that I like.
I think overcharge might just be the way to go. Like, it's already a little bit meta in the age of Halo. But I gotta give you compliments for power overwhelming. I do like that.
I like that as well.
That's power overwhelming. I was not a Protoss player, but I was jealous of Protoss players, I will admit. Straight up. As a Zerg player, yes, I know, chat. Gasp. He didn't play Terrans, he didn't make swarms of robots. No. I did love me some dogs. I love making me an army of dogs and unleashing them on the enemy. Zergling Rush was entertaining.
Is that a word? Let's find out.
Blustrous. Oh, hold on, it's that one.
Talk in a loud, aggressive, or indignant way with little effect. I mean, fuck. This is a tough one.
Honestly, I think we might be overthinking it. Like, maybe, worst case, we just use Overcharge for the demo. And if we really want to change the name later, we both stumble on something. We're like, damn, that's so good. Let's use it. We'll just release it for the main game later. This is the bare bones demo, basically.
Why don't we use power overwhelming for this one?
Okay, I like that.
And then use, what's a good name for just a regular one?
The Edge of Stars. Not bad. See. I'm thinking of something. I'm trying to think of something similar. Because now my mind is only hearing the Archon make sounds in my head now.
How about Nebulous?
That has its own connotations though, and they're usually like not power related. Calling someone nebulous is the equivalent of calling them like fluttery or wayfish or not all there. It's like the opposite of a compliment in many instances. And we're trying to evoke power here. We could literally just call it
Oh, yo.
Powerhouse?
Powerhouse kind of gives me like static electricity vibes.
That's true.
I want to use like some sort of like astral sense of it because they're literally tied to stars.
Cosmic Force?
Cosmic Might.
Oh, I like that.
I like Cosmic Might.
Let's roll with Cosmic Might. That's good.
Yeah.
That's the good shit right
Cosmic Might. Oh, what's their last ability? Because we have 2 for them.
there. Okay, so Cosmic Might, power overwhelming. And so we already have we do have the negative one, which is that we do need to clarify that. Magic. We do have the negative ability that they have, which is that for them, when they malfunction, they count. They basically subtract 1 from the D44 roll.
Oh, we already said what their other upside would be. When an enemy fails, they just take an additional damage. Like when an enemy has when you're checking to see who had more successes or failures, the tethered causes an additional damage to them.
Yeah, no, that because that's kind of the whole like that's the base ability. Is like Cosmic Might is just the +1 to the bonus in the roll, which in combat does +1 damage, effectively. Yeah. The only roll we have left that isn't a positive thing. It's the negative thing, and that's the fact that they miscast more often, or not more often, but they miscast more dangerously. Whereas the Dust Bunny miscasts more negatively because they just take more damage.
I mean, we had that with Power Overwhelming. That's their downside. Like if they want to use like their penultimate magic, maybe. Oh well. I don't think it's necessarily okay. I have an idea for Dreadful Presence. We want them to have a downside as much as we have a positive. So the enemy will take an additional damage if they fail, or when we check for successes. But the tethered also themselves take a damage if they have the failure.
Maybe, I don't know. Like, see, for me, the thing is I feel like for them, because we already talked about like the way that the disadvantage each of them has. So each of them has they have an advantage for combat, an advantage out of combat, and then they have a disadvantage in combat that is related directly to how they malfunction. Except the soldier, because when they malfunction, really what it is them just messing up.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, oh dang, I twisted my ankle, more than anything else. So, and I know when we talked about the tethered, for them, their disadvantage is when they miscast. Their miscast is they have 3 chances to die, and only 1 chance to do better. Because they, I think I actually have it written down here. It's in the same ballpark as these other areas.
Also, we wanted to say that class skills are just like completely irrelevant of the rock paper scissors equation, right? Like we
exactly, they just don't fall under it. That's the advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Magic is more likely to malfunction. That was like the first disadvantage we had. I'm just gonna put it over here, literally verbatim. Paste that formatting.
Nara said Dreadful Presence. Gives me more subtle eldritch creepy vibes, like it's dark and you just feel an uneasy presence, like something really doesn't want you there. Yeah. Tethered are not like eldritch dark, but they are creepy and unsettling.
We could call it dread power.
Maybe Aura of Dread.
Well, so let's look at the ability. So magic is more likely to malfunction. And pretend I spelled that correctly when I was typing it. It was like 2 a.m. Pardon me.
Yeah.
So you subtract 1 from any malfunction rolls. This means you have 3 chances to die and only 1 to turn to their advantage. And let's clarify that. Subtract 1 from any malfunction rolls. From the result of from the result. There we go. Result of any malfunction rolls to a minimum of 11. Because getting a 10 does nothing, because it's a D44, and the only results you can get on that are 11 through 14, 21 through 24, 31 through 34, and 41 through 44. Because D44 be weird like that, folks. So the disadvantage for them is that when they malfunction, they can malfunction worse, or more. They are more likely to malfunction in the worst way possible. Whereas the dust null, their malfunction problem is that they just hurt. Like, no matter what, they're probably going to get hurt by malfunctioning, even if they normally would get away scotch-free. And the soldiers only.
What if that applies to everybody? Okay, what if it applies to other tethered, specifically? Because that would make sense, because two tethered interacting with each other would sort of like... Well, if there's two tethered interacting with each other, they'd have this ability. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it natively happens already. So... Like, I think this is fine, because right now we have a straight positive, which is Cosmic Might. They will just have +1 to their rolls of magic. There's no downside whatsoever. It's arbitrarily a really powerful ability that can potentially unlock levels of success no one else has access to. Power Overwhelming gives them a ultimately neutral ability because they can effectively risk hurting themselves and having to roll this really bad trait.
Yeah.
Having to roll this really bad table to do crazy amounts of damage outright. It only works in combat, so it's a risk reward. Therefore, balance 0. Balance neutral. It doesn't sway things one way or other. I like where you're going with volatile. Volatile. I keep wanting to say power because I'm creatively dead tonight, I guess. Let me just... The source might actually help us here. Let's give that a shot. Here we go. Not force. Force. Volatile forces. Call it that. There's got to be a... Volatile energies?
Magic is more likely to malfunction. You subtract
volatile
1.
Nature? It's called volatile.
I think volatile is just fine, honestly. I don't think we need to add anything to it.
All right, volatile. That works great.
We could also call it capricious. That's a word that came to mind.
Oh, yeah. You minx. You rolled a 13.
I think that's... Yeah, capricious is actually technically a word, but that's a little...
It has other connotations.
It's more emotional. I mean, that would make sense for a tether themselves in nature to be capricious. But it also sounds sort of...
But I think it has less to do with the fact that a tethered may actually blow themselves up.
Yeah, volatile is just fine. Volatile describes what it is. So, magic is more likely to malfunction. Oh, Derek just raided with the party of 5. What's up, Derek?
Yo, Derek!
I didn't know which one of us was going to get off first, to be quite honest. Don't take that. Don't. Oh, thank you for the follow. Is that Natalie? Is that Natalie who just followed?
I gotta love it.
I think it was Natalie. Thank you, Natalie. Clipped? Don't clip that, please, God. I just said I didn't know who's gonna finish first, and then Omni immediately said it's a race to the bottom.
Oh God.
Oh, your sound is off, you son of a bitch. Appreciate having you, man. I appreciate you a lot. I'm looking forward to our stream tomorrow night, buddy. Don't miss that, folks. 8 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow night. There is a show tomorrow at noon. I don't know how I'm going to survive, but I'll do a show at noon. It'll run till about 2 o'clock Central Standard Time, and then later in the evening, We will have an 8 p.m. show where that will be my Twitch affiliate stream because GMT is a son of a bitch to work around as a person who lives in the States. So, yeah, we'll be doing an AMA and we're going to be playing some Halo Infinite. Hopefully, my computer can handle streaming and doing Halo at the same time. If it can't,
Worst case, end up playing something a little bit less intensive, like
uh,
say Jackbox or something.
Jackbox would be fun too with the audience, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to do that with all y'all.
Now you're making me think of it.
So yeah, did we just finish? Did we just finish the tethered?
Yeah, just need to do some formatting and editing now. I don't think there's anything left to do except for enemy stat blocks, and honestly, enemy stat blocks are just basically weaker character stat blocks.
Yeah, I can totally handle that off of stream. That's not going to be hard.
So magic's more likely to malfunction. Subtract 1 from the result of any.
You know what? No, let's not say subtract 1. Let's say reduce the result of any malfunction roll. So this is the wargaming part of me giving me some advantages here. Again, because wargames have to be super persnickety with their terminology.
Is this the Legacy game? No, this is not
totally
Legacy. This is not Legacy.
Yeah.
This is our game jam for Titanomachi's game jam. Yeah, it's a Caltrip Core game jam. It's a D4 system. So yeah, working with D4 is a little difficult. Kind of shrinks things, but also I always say limitations beget creativity. So
for those of you folks who have been watching us do the writer's block thing, this is set in the universe we've been working on in writer's block.
Yes, it is.
So super fun. Low fantasy, like a brutal, gritty, low fantasy, just post-apocalyptic setting, which is kind of cool. Called Aeus. Aeus on the
Edge of Stars.
Yes, thank you. Aeus on the Omni's tired. So
The
yeah.
volume of the stream turned off. Shakes my head. We were talking shit about you the entire time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was thinking, like, you're coming in loud and clear for me, buddy. Stream's working great.
And my mic's on.
The moderator lights.
No, my audio's coming through clear, so I don't. So for volatile, magic is more likely to malfunction, reduce the result of any. Oh, well, that's not correct. Reduce the result of.
Reduce the results of the malfunction roll. Because it's a specific table you're rolling on.
It's we put it as the clear failure table because that's what you said it would be with a clear failure.
So
like
I think we should call it malfunction specifically because it only applies to class abilities, whereas any ability can have a clear failure. The difference is that when a class ability has a clear failure, it malfunctions. Whereas the advantage of the rock, paper, scissors of body, mind, and will is that they don't malfunction. They just get crap rolls.
You'd rather. So do you want to change the name of the table to malfunction table?
Yeah, I think that's what we should call it.
We'll change it to malfunction table.
Yeah, because if we say clear failure table, then it implies that any ability can malfunction, and they can't. Only one group can. And that's specifically class abilities because only they can malfunction. Which is why when you decide you don't want to do the rat race of rock, paper, scissors, and you just reel back and punch your friend in the face because you're that jerk on the playground, then you know you're taking a risk, and you should suffer for it. I don't have issues with bullying. I do. I have a lot of issues. So yeah, I think that is the trick. And the reason I say reduce the result of any clear failure rolls by 1 is because to subtract means you subtract from the value, which this is again a D44, which only has technically 16 results because it's 4 results plus 4 plus 4 plus 4, which if my math is coming in right, which that's a big dubious, who knows, that should be 16. Yes.
I think that's
so
correct.
If we subtract 1 from an 11, we get a 10, and you've officially fallen off the D44 somehow, and the table doesn't work anymore. So if you reduce by 1, then that means that you're still on the D44. You've reduced the result down one to a minimum of a result of 11. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wargaming verbiage. Thank you.
Reduce the results. So it's the reduce the result. So you have the result, the total number. So that goes without saying that you have the total number, and then you reduce 1 from it, just a single point.
Exactly. Because again, there's only 16 results. So death goes from what is technically now a 2 in 16 chance, which simplified is a 1 in 8, to now a 3 in 16 chance, which
3 and
I'm
15 because there's one less roll that's available.
exactly. So yeah,
Yeesh.
you're less likely to succeed.
You're more likely to
are-
die.
Yes. Because again, any malfunction can lead to death, which is the reason why it's a risk. And I love the idea that mages are just like, stand back, guys, I've got this, and they pillar themselves into salt because of hubris, and that is a big
I
move.
have a little bit of an idea. So, since we're kind of playing off the malfunction table specifically for tethered, what if on an injury, they don't just take 1 point of damage; they deal 1 point of damage to everybody around them too.
That could be interesting.
I want there to
feel
have an
like-
upside because this is a very staunch downside.
I feel like they have a really powerful one side already again, because every time they use magic, they are just doing better than everyone else.
That's true.
They are always at +1. Again, I'm approaching it from a game design approach of positive is +1, minus is -1, and then if you have a thing that is internally balanced, it contributes nothing to the balance. And right now, Cosmic Might is a big +1, Volatile is a big -1, and Power Overwhelming is internally balanced because sure, you can get crazy huge damage, but you might just shoot yourself in the head because oops, I rolled a 2.
So we're done.
I think we're done.
Yeah, I think that's
I
good.
think we've made a tabletop game.
We
guys.
did it, boys. I'll
Whoop.
just have to let Omni do 4 or 5 hours worth of work and we'll be done.
Oh, that's not going to be too bad. I've got the next 2 days ahead of me. I'm going to have a fun time.
I'll be doing
Gonna be
some more
great.
art for that. I do all my art physically, so show you some of that now. I'll upload all this and send it to you and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
So this is the I did soldiers, so I'll probably do. Do you think 2 soldiers, or do you think we should do 3 for each?
I'm going to do 3 for each, but now looking at it,
I think 2 for each is fine,
I
honestly.
think 2 for each, if only because I want to have the energy to do this. And I'm gonna be. We're gonna at least have to collectively draw 3 more because we have drawn no nulls, and so
oh, that's true.
I'm gonna put this out there. We each draw 1 null in our style.
That sounds great.
'Cause I'll be doing the 2 tethered. I'm 1 tethered in. Technically 0.75 tethered in. 'Cause I
Pardon,
haven't drawn his feet or his hand.
pardon the cam for a second, folks. Working on something real quick. I can pull the cams back up actually, just for a second. I need to do a pop-out window for the cams. That'd actually be smarter, but I didn't do that, so I'm doing it like this now. I'll send these to you. Oh, okay. I'm just sending these to you, and I'm gonna put them up on stream, so don't worry about it. Don't you worry about a thing. Okay.
Let me take a peek. You're gonna just have to jump all the way to the present. Oh, I love it. Yes, I have seen them.
See that.
They're great. I love them.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Like
to see
I'm
the tethered
really
finish.
liking. You know, the art is giving me the kind of imagery that I'm thinking of from like those very first early editions of like 40K with the with like the Blanche Jisoo art. A little bit less. I'm about to say something that's gonna give me a lot of rage in the 40K community. Maybe I don't know. A little less ugly than John Blanchisu. Sorry, John, I love you. Beautiful art style. It's very specific to you, and I've grown to appreciate with age. But holy crow, you are not making pretty you are doing the opposite. And I think if I call your art ugly, you will say that is by design. Okie day.
Yep.
So
My
I like that though.
I just have like a dirty, messy style. So these are
That works though. That's
yeah,
perfect for this setting.
it is. So this is one rendition of a soldier. We'll probably use art like this for the full game, when weapons and stuff like that actually matter, and we'll go like really in depth with rules rather than just like doing as simple as possible. There'll be differentiation between melee and ranged and stuff like that. So this guy is just like, oh, how about a gun knight? That was my idea. The entire idea. Thank you. Moving on.
Good idea. I mean, I'm just saying, if a knight in shining armor could carry a deagle versus a sword,
I'd carry
I
a deagle.
expect it. Yeah.
And this is just a straight up like bruiser character that I had in mind. I'm trying to.
I mean, maces work. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Yeah.
Maces work. I love how like gritty it looks too. Like neither of these two characters are enjoying themselves.
No, they hate that. Yeah, they're not having a great time.
I think our character design goal for this game is everyone is unhappy at least. Like not like in in like a lot of other games where it's like the different species, the different classes, and the character has a confident smirk on their face. Like no one's having a fun time here. They're on on the edge of stars. They're struggling to make by.
This is the first time I've actually uploaded this or shown this art off to people. So except for you, of course, I showed it to you. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely change some things, as you folks can see. Had to do some photo editing and need to clean that up a little bit because you can kind of see where it's been edited, but that's something I can clean up. But yeah, these
Can I
are.
get some W's in chat for Red's art because it
Oh,
looks
thank
good.
you.
Seriously. Like,
I'm not an amazing artist. I just like drawing.
okay, I'm gonna say the thing to you that I say to literally every artist I've ever worked with, as a trained professional artist, as a professional portrait artist who was trained under one of the best portrait artists in the country for 3 years, came out of it with okay skills. I'm gonna tell you this as a professional. You're an artist. You don't need to worry about being a good or a bad one. You're an artist. And I think your art looks great.
Well, thank you.
Don't need to ding yourself.
Oh, I know.
Good.
I'm not fishing for compliments either. I just don't want to be that person like I do everything. Like,
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. We have spent our entire lives being told to be humble. When you have a legitimate skill, own that shiz. You are allowed to be proud of your work, and we are allowed to be proud of your work for you when you are not sure you can be.
Well, thank you.
We are proud of your work. I think that's great. Legitimately, when I saw that first Gun Knight picture, I was like, wow, that actually does look like something I'd seen in a Necromunda book. That is a compliment, by the way.
Oh, I know. Those people in Necromunda are fucking nuts.
Yeah, like I think the designs literally look good. Yeah, the burnt coins in there. I'm sure if Lost Haven art was here in the chat, Lost Haven's immediate response would be, "You're an artist. You're good. There's no such thing."
I'm not cool in digital like you guys, though. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get into digital.
Digital's
so.
a pain in the butt, and
Yeah.
I prefer to work in graphite. The only reason I don't is because scanning it and getting the levels balanced properly is a nightmare as a pencil artist.
Yeah, I know.
I have miles of pages of sketch art. Like the bulk of art in Legacy is actually graphite art I've scanned and then gone over in digital.
Yeah, that's what a lot of artists do.
But honestly, digital art is just another form of art. It's all the same. I've done all sorts of things. I have a sculpture behind me I made in the last city for Destiny. That was fun. That's art. I did collage. That's art. I've done digital art. It's art. And that is definitively art you got there, buddy. Big love. I will absolutely dunk on you for like down talking yourself.
I'm not even. I just hate being that kid that's just like,
you're not that kid.
I was like, I did theater. I'm a voice actor. I'm a writer. I run a show. I do art.
You're a man of the world. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good. It means that you've successfully managed to like accrue skills like an adult. And
I did music too. I was a percussionist and a choir singer.
There you go. You're creative. That's awesome. the record, here's the real reason why I'm not gonna brook any maybes on this. Bring that picture up again of Mace Lady.
Mace
If
Lady.
you'd be so kind for the chat, so everyone else can see what I'm talking about when I
let-
absolutely dismantle you.
Sure.
Okay.
Uh,
So
there we go.
all right, cool. So then, I'm gonna put this out here. I am a portrait artist. I spent years in a theme park, sitting in a desk, trying to get people who were just wanting to get on a roller coaster to sit still for 5 to 20 minutes so I can draw a realistic picture of them while they sit there. So I know how to draw faces. That is literally what I did for money for 2 to 3 years. You draw really good human faces. That is super freaking tough. It's not easy. I had to literally get trained by someone to do it. If you're telling me you've managed to learn to draw human faces this well, and you do not have formal art training, I'm going to use the 5th or 6th F word. I'm fucking flabbergasted.
I've never been in an art class since elementary school.
Damn it.
Or middle school. Middle school.
I
Yeah.
have. I still struggle to draw faces. There's a reason I like people wearing helmets. Because one, why wouldn't you wear a helmet? Like,
I love drawing
really?
faces. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I struggle with them. I struggle.
A lot of
with
people
them.
do. We all do.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a common thing. I'm not dinging myself either, for the record. I'm quite competent as an artist. I just happen to know for a fact that I struggle with faces. That is a really characterful, expressive, cool face.
Thank you.
Straight up. I literally could not do that. If
I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could. Don't sell yourself short.
3 times the effort that you put in it. I can all but guarantee. Your work is exceptional. Own that shiz. I'm happy and proud. I'm happy and proud to put that in the core book. And everyone out there agrees. There's our love fest for the night.
Thank you. I'll show off some more faces since we're talking about it.
Please do.
Folks, I just like drawing mugs. I just like drawing like really weird faces, and they're. Well, that's not picking up very well on the. Oh no, it is. I just like drawing really weird and expressive faces. I always draw mean-looking sons of bitches, but yeah, I'm getting back into sketching. I did Inktober, and I was just like, okay, I did most of Monstober. I did most of that, and then I was just like, shit, ran out of sketchbook room. And then I was just like, well, I guess I'm done. So I got myself a new sketchbook, and I've just been doing doodles and that sort of thing. But if I can illustrate my own stuff, I mean, if you guys think this stuff's good enough to be in a book, I'll keep doing it.
Objective, yes.
Yeah.
I mean that truly. That looks great. That would
Thank
look
you.
fine. I have seen tabletop role-playing games shipped with far worse art than what I just saw. Your art is actually really good. Your faces are solid. And you seem to have a pretty good command of basic anatomy, like facial structure, body structure.
Need to work on the arm, because I did. Hal did help me. The thing that's nice about digital is just like, if something's a little too small, you can just go in and fucking make it bigger. And traditional, no, you either just start over or you have to put it into digital to size it up. So
it's iffy. Digital art, everyone loves to say how flexible digital art is and how easy it is to edit and how good all the.
It's still a pain in the ass.
It's a big pain in the ass. Like, when you're doing it by hand, there's like an intrinsic feel to it you can sort of get around. Like, you can go like, oh, okay, that doesn't look right. I can sort of like smudge it and work around it. But with digital art, especially when you get into things like distortion and stuff,
yeah,
there's like a not insubstantial chance you might literally just completely mess the whole damn thing up. And then just be like, I don't know what I did wrong, because you did like 8 steps. The worst thing that'll ever happen as a digital artist is you will work on your art. You will refine it. You'll get it all but perfect. There's just like one step, and you're like, okay, I'm going to do it. You do the step. And you're like, oh, it looks like ass. I'm going to undo it. And you accidentally save it instead. And you'll hate your... Everything will be pain. Thankfully, modern programs let you undo steps even before a save. as long as you don't close the file.
Yeah. Oh,
But if you close the file, God help you.
Coin was doing Monstober, right? Coin, correct me if I'm wrong. You were part of that, I thought.
Yeah, Burnt Coin was actually one of the ones who founded Monstober.
Yeah, in that case, I'll show you my favorite that I did from Monstober.
God, making me drag mine out too.
I'm
Super excited.
trying to remember what the prompt was for this. Was it?
Yeah, me and Lost Haven. Yep.
Tentacle?
I think actually Monstober was the thing that introduced me to you directly, Coin. Like before that, I think it was only peripheral, like interaction.
I started interacting with Coin a lot, yeah, through Monstober, and I'm glad to know he's a very cool
Agreed,
dude.
100%.
This is my favorite piece from Monstober. I don't know how well that's showing up.
Let me take a look and see, because of course my thing's been. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's showing up pretty well for me.
Sorry if you're trypophobic.
Oh yeah, no, I feel that. That's still really cool.
I had a lot of fun with that. I was just like, I want to take a vampire squid and just, yeah, no, I had a lot of fun with that. I love prompts and stuff like that. One of the prompts that was Haven talking about. Haven was doing a prompt thing, and one of them was Wasteland Mystic, and that I was like, that's perfect for. that describes a lot of our characters.
That's super cool.
That shit's cool as hell. But we are running over 4 hours now, so I think we should call it for the night. Does anybody have any suggestions who we should raid? I've never raided before, so this is a little new to me.
Let me take a peek and see who's on. Is anybody there? My immediate thing is like, you could always raid Redemption VA. Yeah, we're
you
could. Yeah, we could eat our own tail. I'm not seeing really anybody that needs it right now.
Interpoint Station. That's the only one I see up right now.
Yeah, let's run with it.
So yeah. So anybody in the chat have any recommendations before I just jump? I'm not gonna jump immediately, obviously. I'm just gonna.
Oh yeah, no. It gives you time. So if you go to raid someone else, there'll be a countdown timer of 10 seconds for everyone else to jump on, and then you press the raid button, and that will actually commit you to the raid.
Okay.
That'll instantly raid the other person, and then we just wait a little bit before we close our signal so they can get the full benefit of the raid.
I think they play Lancer, which is nice. You know, I'm biased. Oh, excuse me, I'm biased. I like Lancer. Good, man. This is getting me motivated to open my custom sprite files, but of course it'd be late. Creativity strikes at the weirdest hours, and harness it. I tell you.
Yeah, just live with it. We're artists. That's how it goes, folks. You don't need to suffer for your art. That's a toxic thing to think about, but sometimes it does help.
Sometimes just say screw it, and just like if you get a cool idea at like 4 a.m, you wake up with it. Run with it. I know you're gonna lose sleep, but it'll be worth. Yeah, at least write it down.
Like,
you know,
keep a journal by you, or like a notepad by
or
your
just
bedside.
give yourself a custom Discord channel to yourself and put notes in it. That's what I do.
Yeah,
I put all my random thoughts and ideas in there.
I had a friend who would literally call themselves and leave themselves a voicemail in the middle of the night. When they like wake up and they're like, "Oh God, I have a thing. It must be committed to memory." And they wake up and they be like, "So old me from earlier today called. And I clearly need more sleep."
Wow, we are at 10 viewers. God, I can't thank you guys enough for sticking with us and hanging out, having fun with us here. I can't thank Derek enough for the raid. Thank you, man. I had no idea we're gonna run double the time, but we had a lot of fun, I think. And
he built an entire game system.
Yeah, we had a good start, but we finished it essentially, and all we need to do now is between now and the 31st get art and stuff like that ready to go. I'll just do a null. We'll collaborate behind the scenes on because we don't want to do a very similar character. I might have to do Uda because I've set up Uda already. I might have to just use her.
I'll make myself my one of my idea for like the pipe dust null. I'll go with that.
It is gonna be fun tomorrow, Drabs. I'm very much looking forward to streaming twice in one day. That sounds like so much fun. I always think like, oh man, streams are gonna take a lot out of me. When I finish a stream, I just want to open up another one. That's the issue with them. But I think
You
2
are
hour.
definitely not me nearly as much. I'm an ambivert who's like, oh, I love being out here and energetic and interacting with everybody. And then after stream, I'm like, no one talk to me. You're all dead to me. I'm gonna go and do literally anything that isn't productive. Bye.
I know the vibe, honestly, but more often than not, I'm like up until 4 or 5 in the morning with that energy that I get from doing these. I know I sound pretty uh, lethargic, talking quietly. It's because there's a light in my face and it's tiring me. That's all that is. But again, thank you, folks. We are going to raid Interpoint Station, who's playing Lancer. They are a mutual that plays Lancer, and I will soon be on a Lancer stream. So stick around for that starting January the 10th. I'll be posting stuff about that, of course. But again, thank you folks all so very much. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, maybe twice tomorrow. And if you like the content, before you leave, drop a follow and check out some of the VODs from the previous episodes where we're a lot more organized. And I also have a YouTube channel now. It's the same exact as the Twitch. It is Redemption VA. So if you want to catch a VOD on YouTube instead of Twitch, sure, do it there. But I appreciate you folks very much, and good night to you. And if I don't see you in the chat before New Year's, Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year, folks. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.
Starting raid now. Oh yeah. This is exciting.
And now the countdown begins.
All right.
See what I mean? There's that weird delay where we're not quite there yet.
Okay. For real, folks. Good night and enjoy some Interpoint Station.
I'll see you guys all tomorrow, and it's been a pleasure.
Raid successful.
Huzzah. Huzzah. Yes. Huzzah.